Hello, welcome to the Caster Desk. I'm Dracos, joined by Frostgrun and Ender. Whether you're at Instagram checking out the behind-the-scenes stories or at watch.lolesports.com, hopefully it's going to be a banger. This is called the Cross Post, and I was peer pressured into doing it. But now, folks, we get to get into the game, and that's what everyone is excited for. Schalke versus Mad. One final world spot on the line, and we are just moments away from picks and bans.
It's the last chance dance. Dreams will die today. Someone will qualify for Worlds. Will it be the Schalke Miracle Run? Will it be our breakout stars in the Mad Lions? And what are we looking at in draft here, Christy?
Right now, my eyes are immediately drawn to the bottom lane. It's so important for these two teams to have their supports on play. Because these two teams faced off, Schalke hit Mad Lions hard down there. And the bot lane has such an edge.
And here's the thing, Mad Lions are on the coveted blue side. This is the side that's considered exceptionally overpowered with the priority pick because red side is so hamstrung into banning things like that Caitlyn. So what are the priority champions that we're looking at that Mad Lions want to get a hold of? It's things like the Kalista and things like the Lilia.
Meanwhile, Schalke have to be looking at stuff like the Sona, the Caitlyn, the Thresh. These were their 3 bans against Mad Lions when they faced off in Week 8, and it removes 3 of the favorite pairings of Mad Lions in the bot lane. The Sona Lux, Caitlyn plus anything else, frankly, and Thresh teams up beautifully with that.
Your worst decisions will haunt
you. We were running
you.
through plausible pick bans in the back stage, and it already looks like we're 4 for 4 on bans so far. But the Senegami takeaway from Neon, that's a big deal. He got it all 3 games in the series versus SK. The Caitlyn now taken off the board, and now the Shen too. Now that's a bit of a curveball.
The thing is Mad Lions are setting them up for a first pick of a Kalista, unless it's banned here. I think this is the Kalista draft, or it could be that Lilia, depending on if the Hecarim changes things that they want to go for a farming jungler. But Mad Lions would really like a Kalista versus Ezreal matchup, and instead, a blind pick Akali. Now, we were talking about Akali backstage. Apparently, she is popping off in scrims right now, but we haven't gotten to see it. But blind pick is pretty risky.
Blind pick first pick is especially risky, and what this tells me is for the Mad Lions, this is a flex option between top lane and
All
mid lane.
the
I think when you
world
look at Mad
on
Lions, you
one
usually say
arrow.
Akali, that's definitely going into mid, but Mad Lions need to show some adaptability in the draft with a first pick like that.
And now the response is the Orianna blind pick, super safe since that Akali is a flex that you were talking about. She can absorb and survive in Akali lane if she does face her, and then into an Ashe to dissuade a Kalista. Ashe does amazingly into Kalista, takes a lot of power, so you then see the immediate pivot for Karzi, grabbing the Jhin, which has been an answer.
This is crazy, just going full into the utility AD carry wheelhouse here, and I think when you're showing the Akali, having a long-range engage option like the Jhin makes Akali in the top lane a little bit more feasible if you're not going to be having some champion up there that can offer that hard engage. Jhin will help with an all-list to get that done.
Now, normally you would grab the Tom Pincher as the support, but the thing is Gangplank rises in priority massively right now. Not only because the Shin has been banned, but also because Shin and Jhin together, or excuse me, Gangplank and Jhin together work exceptionally well. Using the Cannon Barrage and then using your long-range W to snare and snipe people out. So I expect Gangplank to either be a high priority pick out for Schalke on red side or completely banned away.
And of course, Gangplank historically a fantastic answer into mobile AD carries, and no surprise to see that we have 2 on the map. Schalke will now take that pick away, and I already love what we're seeing from draft. Schalke, I feel like this is stock standard in the context of this specific meta, especially for Schalke. On the opposite side, the Akali feeling like a real curveball, and if you're a Mad Lions fan, maybe you're hoping that this is more of that Mad Lions ingenuity showing through in draft.
Yeah, that's what we want, the creativity. Now, Mad Lions are probably looking at pinching Gilius here. Kha'Zix is going to be an answer that they could take. It usually goes really well with Orianna. Same thing like Camille, a champion that has hard engage, that can land on top of you and be that successful ball delivery service.
And now for Schalke, what they ban away here could be pretty telling because the Lee Sin is a champion that has been such in Shadow's wheelhouse. Instead, looking at their last series, it's a Graves ban. And this is pretty telling because both junglers in their series last weekend were completely away from the early game. They were playing the Hecarim, they were playing the Lilia. In the case of Shadow, it was about those scaling jungle picks. And I think with an Akali, presumably in the mid lane, you're not going to be taking the Lilia, some more magic damage out of the jungle. The Graves would be the AD equivalent of a farming scaling jungler.
And interesting because it does further set the expectation that this Akali could be a flex pick. With an AD jungler, you would want AP solo lanes. Akali, if she is going to be using the top lane, would be a solid AP option. So we'll see what the final choices are here. But the Lilia will be taken off the table a bit later than in the previous weeks, but will still get banned away.
Now, if Schalke take Mordekaiser here, it tells me that they want to go for the Sejuani. Sejuani's kind of the big answer. Mord acts as a good answer into Sejuani because you can take a lot of her stats away when you ult her. Instead, they pivot into a strong blind pick like a Renekton. So Odoamne really trying to aggressively win his lane or force Arome perhaps onto the back foot in a matchup.
And interesting to see him go for the blind pick here, meaning that they're securing final pick for Gilius in the jungle. Not often that we see a jungler, especially this far into the draft, saving last pick. We'll have to see how much Gilius feels comfortable pivoting, depending on the champions that come through. But Arome, it appears, has resigned himself to weak side. We have seen Ornn mid in the past, but you have to assume that for now, this will be going to Arome's hand.
And I think this is exactly the right idea for Mad Lions. Mad Lions want to be playing through that bottom lane, and now we have a set in the jungle. Shadow had not played a game of set jungle all split long. They were banning it constantly on blue side. This is an anomaly to see this champion drop so low in priority, but this says Mad Lions have early game and they're here to play.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We were talking back and forth behind stage. We're like, neither of these teams play set. Set is banned away by other teams. We thought it would completely drop through, and the question was, what would Shadow play if he didn't get Lee Sin, if he didn't get the Lilia? And he's now pulled up the trump card of saying, I can play the set, and I'm here to play a gank-oriented style.
And I would love to see him pull off a lot of those early ganks, just so incredibly strong with the phase rush in the jungle. But on the opposite side, Schalke have that all-too-powerful pairing that we know works well for this team. The Renekton combined with the Sejuani is going to be devastating.
And you are going to hear this from us all series long. Schalke on one side, they love their drafts to have cohesion, to have synergy. They will always draft for the big 5v5 to make sure that their champions all work together, especially in those team fights. Whereas Mad Lions, it's about individual agency. It's about creativity and individual power.
And right now, Mad Lions' composition has all this long-range CC, and then Humanoid playing off of that to give Abbedagge and Neon a terrible time in the back. He really is going to be the big carry for Mad Lions in this team comp. Akali must pay off with this first pick for Mad.
And no doubt that it has to be all eyes on Humanoid. See both teams getting ready. Coaches now leaving the room as the entire squad prepares for the first game and what very well could be their final best of 5. It's time. Schalke No Fear versus the Mad Lions. And here we are now on the Rift. And of course, important, I think, inevitably to talk about Humanoid. Now, in a lot of the games, Mad Lions have obviously felt like a big team effort. Humanoid is a guy that has had varying performances all season long. His Orianna, legendary. His Akali in the past, a champion we knew him for, but this is his first pick on it so far this year. And when you talk about it, there's CC everywhere. But there's damage, mostly in the mid lane.
Humanoid is a player that I think really thrives when he is given a champion that, again, gives him agency, the ability to play out to his side lanes, to be in control of his own fate. Obviously, the lane phase for Akali is usually just about surviving, getting through lane phase. That obviously changes when she gets access to level 6. And then when she can play in a side lane, when she has the completion of the Gunblade, things start really opening up for her. So this should be a champion that really empowers Humanoid's playstyle, and now he just needs to be on form. That human that we were promised realized.
Exactly, and I think that one thing that Mad Lions took away from that series against G2 was that mid-priority wins games, especially when you have a set in the jungle. You are often looking to play through that lane to unlock invades, unlock roams towards other lanes. So now, Humanoid on this Akali is paired with the set in the jungle and the Nautilus. So this opens up those Hex Flash ganks in mid lanes combined with the Nimbus Cloak, which is so difficult for an Orianna to run away from, as well as Kaiser roams to get stuff done.
This is the exact pathway that Ganko's pulled on Humanoid in game 1 of the G2 series, and now he's going to try to force flash on Abba. Wow. There he goes.
Immediate early flash and holding on to his flash as well. Abbedagge with a lot of respect there that is going to cost him because the Hex Flash ganks and the normal flash ganks are just going to continue to come down in the mid lane.
And now what I want to see from Mad Lions is how willing they're willing to commit towards that middle lane, because one thing that I love seeing from Queens on the other side when he plays this Nautilus is those early roams towards the mid lane. So with the level 2, Carzzy and Kaiser take a really nice trade down here.
Big damage onto Neon, absolutely massive that hook does manage to connect. Kaiser really threading the needle there. Of course, Ashe extending the trade for quite a long time to make sure that at least they get some damage back onto Kaiser, but for now, the push priority very clearly in favor of the Mad Lions. Carzzy quickly burning through that mana bar, but for now should be able to sustain this.
Shadows back towards that mid lane. Abbedagge and no flash with a sitting duck here. Phyllis is yours left.
Horrible advantage as well. They have 2 level 2 champions versus 2 level 3 champions. Basic math is not looking good for the side of Mad Lions. 3 stacks 4, flash forward from Gilius. He's going to look to finish this one off, but he's hesitating. He doesn't want to go in. He thought maybe Abbedagge could finish it, ticking down, but will not drop.
just gets out with a sliver of health there, but already you can see that Shadow came with a different strategy. It is no longer the hard farming style of the Lilia. It is trying to brute force those ganks. And I think he overreaches there, revealing that he hadn't taken his blue buff, losing all of his health. So even though Gillies didn't get the kill, he does get the blue.
Yeah, and he's able to get that blue buff with all the information he gained, as you said, but also Odoame with that pushing matchup in the top side of the map to walk down and help him out. So one thing that I was talking about that mid lane play was how the supports can involve themselves in that type of a move. And while we saw Shadow, I think, jump the gun a little bit on trying to go for that early roam, because Dreams or Kaiser can make the rotation. I also want to point out that Dreams saw that coming and already was starting to match the move up from Kaiser. So both supports are playing with roaming in mind, and it's going to be good.
Action on two sides of the map. Shadow looking for a gank on the bottom line. Kaiser fishing for the hook. Land it. Waiting on the hook. Actually hit the Tom catch. Now going to fish for the pole. Trying to get it. Keeping out coming in. Committed. Most of their resources on this one. Shadow is caught out and most certainly will go down. Heads up TP play. Coming in for Odoame. Good damage traded back, but there's no follow-up. So Odoame is going to live with a sliver of health. Ticking away, but will make out. No! Oh, man. All right. Gets the recall one more time. The Deadly Flourish will not finish it.
And the big thing, of course, was the fact that Odoame also had the push priority into his lane, so it's not like he loses anything by making that teleport play. And then the cherry on top that he also got the first blood. He's not losing any minions being forced onto his wave, so a really nice timed teleport from Odo, and this is bread and butter for Schalke. They trust fall into each other all the time. They play as a holistic team.
But once again, we see a situation where Mad Lions very clearly trying to force early action, and it's turning against them. Now, credit to Schalke for showing up when they need to show up, showing up where they need to show up to stop these plays from happening. But Mad Lions are going to start to put themselves in quite a big hole. Almost 1,000 lead for Schalke already, and I personally mostly just feel bad for Orome, who is now staring down that coal, knowing that that's the countdown timer till he gets absolutely destroyed in this 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, Orome is not going to have a great time at top lane, but he's signed up for that in draft. At the same time, Shadow only has boots. Nothing going for him. He's just full sending, looking for the ganks, and now both teams playing around mid.
Odo still has flash.
Shadow again caught out 1, 2, 3, 4 stacks. It's just not going to be enough. The shield's coming out, but he's just going to get walked down here. You're not going to get away from Ashe. Oriana will not happen. So Schalke grabbing another kill here in this early game. And I would say a fantastic performance from Gilius and Schalke, but for Shadow just caught out left and right.
Yeah, Shadow having a miserable time, no doubt about that. But Schalke's bot lane are the real heroes of this team and those early plays, because that wasn't just two supports running to mid lane. That was also Leon joining in right here. You know, Nautilus on the other side is going to be scary. Meanwhile, Karzi's running down bot side for CS. So it really was just Schalke playing with the numbers advantage and pushing the tempo.
Complete jokes aside, because we always talk about the miracle run. As I am setting up this point, though, there is a potential that a gank happens on top of the mid lane as Mad Lions are just trying to fish for anything with priority. But the thing is that Schalke's reset timers are so good. Their objective setup is so good. Watch how they team up Gillies and Dreams. Watch when they reset the fact that they deny you anywhere to attack us on the map. When Gillies finally does show himself on a wave, it's not like Shadow will have any sort of answer, because on time, Dreams and Neon will be in base walking to the next play. The fundamentals of Schalke are why they made it
And the vision control on top of that, too. The entire way up the river, not even the river, inside their own jungle, Kaiser and Karzi were spotted out, moving towards mid. Here we go, top.
But flash. This is going to be big. Moving right into Humanoid. That's going to be a kill picked up very easily. Going over to Orome as well. Not quite who you wanted on, but still solid pickup for Mad.
Caster first them right there. Mechanical failure also from Odo right there. Now, best case scenario for that flash, right there, waiting hand to the Polly. Silver lining was the fact that it was Orn that was the kill and not get called.
Yeah, and now for Mad Lions, it has to be the solo laners moving or the bot lane moving to make these plays happen. Because Shadow is so far behind. It should be Gilius in level 6 sooner. He's got that upgraded jungle item already.
Four stacks, one stun.
We can look up into Rome's here.
But you're right, there's the level 6 now coming in. Odoame only level 5, but he can double dash through me. 1-2, follow up with the stun as well. Doesn't quite get the anti-cancel, but doesn't even need it. Fury now running him down. Orome, though, just a little bit faster. Stops, waiting. Cole the Meek, where's it going to go? Walking away, and Odoame will finish that one for the level 6.
And also with that, picking up the ultimate right there. Top laners in overbreeding for waves. Of course, Gilius didn't freeze the wave. Maybe Shadow gets something tough.
Ooh, Shadow, I think jumped the gun a little bit right there. He had the Hex Splash, so he didn't have to use the Blast going to pop the wall. They go in anyways.
Devour's there, though.
Yeah, what I would have loved to see from Shadow actually is if he tried to use the Hex Flash to pop over the wall a little bit closer to the turret, get behind that Schalke bottom lane. There's no TPs on the other side, so that would have been a nice play from them if they're trying to force. And everything Shadow's telling with this play is he wants to force.
But I do want to point out Dreams and Neon taking their backs right there. I have a feeling that they are going to rotate for the Herald spot. Now, Ender, you were talking about this with me yesterday. When you start topside jungle, by the time your second jungle respawns, so paying attention to Gilius, your Rubbeck has spawned right when the first dragon has gone down and the Herald spawns.
Yeah, and usually what this means is it'll give a slight combat edge to the team that is on the red side of the map, or the red side up there. On the blue side of the map, in theory, can get a blue buff towards their mid lane. That's going to be a little bit less relevant with the Akali in the mid, because usually that would give you full control over that middle wave. Instead, Schalke still with full control, means Gilius gets to walk in, because remember, he stole that blue buff. He knows exactly what's going on, and he can take that away super easy.
And now you have a tempo advantage for Schalke as they're playing over the objective. I'm curious if they're going to try to force the dive on a Rome, but hold on, Oda caught out.
Not Oda, but he is level 6. Damage is coming through, but Fury's there as well. He's not going to try to turn it. The person calls up, but because he runs, he almost sentences himself to death, lining it up for Carzzy, making sure that there's no stun nearby, and he does complete it.
And meanwhile, the dive did happen top lane. Arome used the Horn ultimate to escape that. That's now twice that Oda that one I think a bit more egregious, has made mistakes to allow Mad Lions to find something on this map.
The Herald goes down for Schalke, no fear. Looks like it will be uncontested. I think we have to take stock of this early game. It's 2-3 the kill score. Schalke have an Infernal. They're going to grab a Herald as well, so the gold lead will grow a little bit. But when we look at it, it felt like Mad with the team constantly forcing plays. They weren't working out for the most part until Oda started to, let's say it, overextend a little bit. But now, as we look across the gold, the items that are coming through, what's next?
Well, I think that right now Schalke with the Rift Herald, you see they put that on towards Neon. They love to give it to their AD carry as opposed to their jungler. So this will mean a lot of gold injected into the Ashe. That will also mean she's reaching that Blade of the Ruined King faster than Carzzy will be able to finish off his first item, which is a really nice spike for Schalke. And with all the hard engage options they have, the Ashe Arrow, the Sejuani ultimate, and the potential to be able to cheat distances on the map, it gives them the ability to play quite super well.
Yeah, I call this the Rogue special. You place down the Herald, you take the plates, you back, you have your Bork breakpoint, and then you rotate immediately into the dragon spawning in 26 seconds, and then suddenly you have a bunch of power plates, breaks your name, you have the Herald, and it feels just beautiful.
I mean, even Neon now, he'll take the 4 seconds to call and sprint down there anyways. He doesn't feel pressured to drop the Herald right now. He still has 3.5 minutes to make some good work out of them playing down towards that bottom side. You'll notice Schalke coordinating the reset super nice. He's facing at almost the exact same time to finish off his Cinderhold. There's no way that Mad Lions should be able to contest them at the
Now as Oda gets the pressure in here, we've once again swapped here on the side of Schalke. Clearly not interested in staying in a 2v2 match, but trying to use the Tom Catch, the Ashe, this kind of extra vision and mobility that they get from their champion. Constantly being one step ahead now. In the meantime, it does mean potentially giving up 1 or 2 power plays to Carzzy on the swap, but with the power of the Herald, they should still be ahead of the clock here, as well as starting up the Mountain Drake. So, all things considered, Schalke willing to give up 1 thing in exchange for 2 so consistently.
Yeah, and even more salt in the wound for Mad Lions, because Jhin is not the most successful AD carry at taking down towers, especially in comparison to an Ashe, who then also has the Herald on top of it. So, Mad Lions, I feel like, have had a rough early game. Now, part of that is designed by some of the mistakes that Shadow have made, as well as their composition.
So my question now is how can Mad Lions further unlock Humanoid? Because so far, the early action that's gone well for Mad Lions was him roaming top to kill Odo, him roaming bot lane as Odo as well. So it's him, I think, working in tandem with Arome's ultimate from long range to find these games. And that's really the area that Mad Lions have.
I think it's exactly what's happening in the map right now, whereas Carzzy and Humanoid were in the mid lane. Humanoid rocks up, and Carzzy's like, you need Gunblade, I will leave. He knew his place in the pecking order, and that's really what they're waiting for. Akali needs to have that item breakpoint before Humanoid can actually be unlocked. So for now, Mad Lions need to sit tight, which means agency and playmaking is on Schalke.
Yeah, I will also say boot choices for Humanoid feel really nice in this game. Obviously, he's matched up against magic damage in the mid lane, short threads, which delays his Gunblade a little bit, but against all these sexy options from Schalke, that combined with what he is very likely taking Legend Tenacity, make him very slippery.
And this is so crazy. I feel like Mad still think they're playing anywhere they see the smoke go, they send all their members over to Fortify once again. The Devour comes back to dunk back down on the Tom Catch, but Dreams will make it out for now. Gilius on the retreat. Here comes Abadage, though. He's got the already, but Humanoid is nowhere nearby. They're at a band disadvantage, and while Schalke may have wanted to wait on the Herald before, they can feel pretty comfortable to use it now.
Yeah, this is the disconnect we're seeing a little bit from Mad Lions now. Humanoid doesn't have the gunblade. He had TP, but he doesn't want to fight. He just wants to farm, so Mad Lions will be launched into that play around the bottom lane, while Abdagi was willing to move down and look for a play himself. And now I think Schalke are going to continue to try and play this flip-flop lane.
I think Mad Lions are trying to take a handshake on that. I think the ultimate came out as almost like the disengage orbital to that point, since Humanoid was going to move, and it is enough gold to kind of get him over the line. So yes, in the end, in the map game, Schalke still very comfortable, kind of outplayed the engage that Mad Lions forced on them, and now have the Herald plates on top of it. But I don't think it's a bad case scenario for Mad. Humanoid's making his back right now. He should have the item, and now things are going to start to get better for them.
Big influx of gold, though. Thank you, observers, for highlighting that they're on the bottom scoreboard now. 2.2k. Back pocket there. Humanoid is going to dash out there. The Shuriken Flip will take him to safety, but you can see until the sustain comes through from the Gunblade, well, we're just going to keep saying the word Gunblade. If you've never played a call, you might not know this pain, but if you have, you know exactly what we're talking about. She really just becomes a champion once that item comes through. She will be so hard for Abadagi to deal with, but for now, he's relishing in the time where he can just be a bully in this lane.
I think Humanoid is also waiting for the opportunity. Forget about that mid lane. He has Gunblade now. That's going to be great for him, but I think it's hard to seek out kills in that short middle lane. Down here, Proxy, Mad Lions are making a move in towards the enemy blue buff, but again, no Akali here means that as soon as Neon comes around, they're going to have to get the hell out of dodge.
And Schalke are doing a good job letting it reset while they're staggering the backs. Gilius has just been playing around with this, and it allowed Neon to take his back, buy his items now, walk back for the blue, and Abba did the same thing. He literally like looked over at blue, he's like, I guess I'm not needed, and left. Now Gilius is going to hold it for him.
Gilius has been on this blue buff for 45 seconds. Between the fighting for it, not fighting for it, he doesn't accidentally A-click it.
I will say, the amount of time Schalke spent down there does quite a bit. There's a wave in mid lane that can get away, so a lot of misses, yes. But Mad Lions use that pressure to move up towards the top side. So as Humanoid, again, leading the charge, he's now up the top lane by himself. Taking this towards so good. Wallerobi's going to reset, go for the end, go for the wave in the bottom side, and Shadow was able to get the red buff, which, let's face it, he's probably way happier with stealing than the enemy.
I think a concern is that Odo has kind of stopped the griefing a little bit now. He had a bit of a rough early game, but now just staying safe, allowing the wave to be pushed into him. He's still sitting on 30 stacks for his coal as Alpha caught out.
Flash forward the hook. That is absolutely massive from Kaiser, finding the play there, but now the arrows are coming in. Still the shutdown will connect, but now Dreams has just thrown himself right into the meat grinder. Won't quite get suplexed into the tower. Mad gonna slow it down just a little bit, taking their time on this engage. Dreams getting hooked once again, but that's the current call. Big damage gonna come through on the fourth shot. For now, Carzzy uncontested. Fourth shot will land. Neon now locked up, potentially overstaying as well. The damage coming through from Carzzy right on time.
Die.
But there's no one else here. Kaiser going forward, but the rest of the team is going back. That's a massive miscommunication, but what will it cost them? For now, nothing. If they were with him, maybe they find a kill, but if they back off, luckily Kaiser remains alive.
Yeah, that was a close one right there. Mad Lions, though, continue to keep throwing fights from Schalke's way. That time, Abdagi tower picks up the turret, so Kaiser showing a good kick for Mad Lions to go behind. Look how Kaiser is waiting outside the bottom board. He flash goes right on in here. Abdagi in very little time reacted. Even if he does flash out, Shadow is there on the collapse. The coordination now is showing between Kaiser and Shadow, which is so pivotal for Mad Lions.
Yeah, it was just a really nice play from Kaiser, like we talked about with the fog, and you can see what Abba's thinking. He has flash, he's playing close to the wall where his team is. He's thinking that he'll have time to flash out of any sort of engage and back to safety, but Kaiser just can't play there.
We're also just starting to see Carzzy get a lot stronger. Even just the Storm Racer starting to make Jin a lot more of a threat in these engages. Schalke moving to Cloud Soul, Soul Point rather, would be a very big deal. And giving Cloud Soul to a Renekton, well, it's pretty much a death sentence for a Jin, so need to be careful around this one.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Setup, you're looking for key ultimates like Gilius and Abadagi, obviously, but it looks like we're playing for Kaiser.
Kaiser caught out. Doesn't proc Aftershock quite yet. Isn't going to get a chance to if they have their way. Trying to turn this one back. Kaiser's so incredibly low, but he's still alive. But he hooks back in. Kaiser still committing. Gives everything just for that one hook. Dreams now running for the hills, but will get taken down. It's a slow, scrappy fight.
Dreams is a guy goddamn hero. He saved Neon so hard.
Oh,
And
shockwave
Ava,
clean. Shadow has no cooldowns left. Carsey with the 4th shot, but he's out of ammo now.
Comes Humanoid.
Reload coming through, though. Gilius now has to run for the hills. Humanoid, oh, this is an Akali cleanup dream. Dash in, where's he going to go? Can't afford to make mistakes. He goes for the flash on. Now Oruwamne is midst of everything. Cloud comes out. Oruwamne getting chunked away. Has to use the ulti to regain a little bit of health. Sure can flip there. Abadage has to be careful. He can't afford to pull the Akali under the tower. Will now back off, but again, scrappy fight from both sides.
Yeah, these fights are getting crazy because, I mean, Kaiser spent so much time staying alive. They're able to trade him out for dreams. And then at the end there, you see what they're going to chase the Kaiser fights and play out with Jin looking for more into the future. They're just going to teleport in. This up.
Round 3, baby. Ring the bell, it's time to go. Shadow arriving in force. Swanee nowhere to be found. They do not have a smite to take this one away, and Shadow is to realize they may have overstayed their welcome. They will back off. He's overstayed.
Try to hard force that one. They thought they caught Mad Lions and Mad Back resets, but Arome using the TP, and it's just a numbers advantage for Mad Lions to brute force shove Schalke off that Drake and stop the Drake roll. That would have been third and set them up for Soul. So it is a very big deal.
Yeah, there are a few awkward things there, I feel like, from Schalke continually trying to force. The first one was, of course, diving all the way for Kaiser, because even though they didn't kill him, they effectively knew how low he was. Because you can see, it is this bit of a pick at the start with the Ash Arrow going down on Kaiser. He can't farm his aftershocks, so he takes so much damage. But here's where they go to him. They get Kaiser solo, but now they're caught out here inside, and Kaiser spins around knowing he still has the aftershock for just a second. So Dreams trades out, even though it was 100% HP for him versus 30% on towards Kaiser, and then Schalke continues.
One support falling off the sword, the other one eating the actual sword. Kaiser's like, I've got him. Dream's like, I'll see.
And also, coming out of this, Oruwamne held onto his teleport for so long when Humanoid went in there, so clearly he didn't want to fully involve himself in this. I feel like this is Schalke.
Hold on to it. Will not use it. Marcus can run down here. So much damage. Doesn't finish off, though. Now, Schalke have to control the mid lane. Shadow's going to have to spend a lot of cooldowns to try to get this wave out. Hard to force the first call. Second but they're just going to concede the mid-lane tower.
So this is one of the issues that I had with Mad Lions' composition into Schalke's comp, is that they're relatively low have a bunch of melee champions. And yes, Jin does have long range, but it's not the same force of damage at this point than you would expect from other ADCs. And look at the zone control that Schalke have. Orianna, Sejuani, Ashe, it is really hard to penetrate into that without flashes or just...
Exactly. What this means is that when both teams sort of get into a kerfuffle in the river, well, hold that. Odo's just jumping on too.
Missing the entire jungle, he has been forced to use ult, however. Gilius is on the way. Maybe he wants to extend his play. Shadow the easiest towards Arome. Difficult to lock down now, especially with how much armor he has, but gonna push through for it anyway. All of that collapsing as well. Ash Arrow not going to be available, but the Hawkshot does come out. That's 1, 2, looking for 3 and 4 stacks on the Shadow. He is going to get stunned up, pulled back, and killed before he can use the Haymaker. Now they're going to try to continue the fight, but they realize maybe too little, too late.
Missile Voyage on the way.
They're going to pull out. Oruwamne running for the hills. Tom Kench now coming in. They want to turn this one more time. All eyes on Abadage. He's got the shockwave. He can easily make this a wonderful play. But Carsey just turning back. Will not connect. Kaiser now pulling himself to the middle of the entire team. Abadage locked up from a distance. Now the retreat coming out. But Oruwamne, he's overextended. And Carsey, with the 4 shots, just going to clean him up.
That is Schalke forcing way too hard. Meanwhile, you see in the picture there, Akali is getting so much time. The arrow goes wide. The shockwave isn't going to connect. Abadage won't even throw it. And Humanoid's just like, this is totally fun. 2-0. Got 4 waves to my name. Now push down a tower. Feeling great.
Yeah, Schalke are not playing on the same page because you have Oruwamne that's full sprinting towards the enemy team. Meanwhile, Dreams goes for a very low range conventional. They couldn't go to the flank. Instead, they did it very defensively while Abadage was there ready to go again. I feel like Schalke really dropping the ball in these 5v5s.
And this is some of Schalke's weaknesses that I think we've seen not necessarily punished to the same extent as they're on this crazy ride. And they do have a tendency to go a bit too ham, to go a bit too hero, too overforce. And it usually is Gilius who does it, but it's the rest that bails out. When you think about the last time that Schalke and Mad Lions faced each other, that top lane play where Gilius just hard brought in and said, and Baker Doggy has to pull the team fight back on his Corki. That's what happened there. Gilius threw the ulti.
And right now, I think Schalke just need to slow down and control the objective. Not a huge need to actually force plays around the map because, as you said, they have so much shoulder control. Their scaling is going to be very strong in their hands. And on top of that, they can take control in the river super easily because of that. These are all the ranged abilities that can zone away the enemy team. Like, you just drop down that Orianna ball in a tight choke point with the Ash W as well. Like, it's very easy to push Mad Lions out of their territory.
Now Mad Lions setting up around the mid lane. Interesting. She's very strong right now. That's Lee Andrews. We're now waiting for a third item to come through that Born can upgrade, and then she will be unstoppable.
So, because Akali is so strong while we're setting up this great goal for Team Schalke are really important to make sure that you can't get access into the backline. Again, the zone control versus Mad
That being said, Mad Lions have a lot of ability to engage. Schalke go for it though.
No, isolated on the side of the stun. He's down. But it's a little too late. They're going to move through. Odoamne getting a lot of health back, but he's caught in the midst of Shadow. He's now running for the hills of Kaiser. Then simply next on the menu. Humanoid amidst the entire team. The Shockwave will not connect. Needs to find a way out though. The dash trying to move across the entire team. Can't quite get the double. The shutdown will come through for Schalke. That's the flank. And now here comes the Tom Kench. Dreams into the midst of everyone. Arome now trying to walk this one off. Almost impossible though. Orianna Ashe is not a combo you escape from. You can turn and accept your fate, or you can walk down until you die. Neon's gonna grab that one. Killing spree coming through. Shadow has to run for the hills, and once again, this game remains a story of who can force harder, and it's never moving in the favor of the team that can force.
Shadow should get walked down here. I don't think there's anything he can do as long as he touches him with the red buff.
He's got the zippies. He's getting out of there.
He's gonna have volley.
Has been slain.
Shadow? I don't know why I'm hyping this up. There's not a lot he can do. He'll give the biggest punch of his life into exactly 0 people and will drop down. Odoamne happy to grab that.
Wait a second, Schalke, they forgot about the dragon. They said, let's chase down, get the smite, because now for 30 seconds, Shadow is dead, and they're running for the Baron. Gillies just came off the respawn. Abdoggy teleported in. Now Odoamne can teleport in too. They're just going to try to force yet another fight 5v4.
There's no plan on the card. There's no flash on the card. They cannot afford to overstep here. The good news is if you hit a little bit from a distance.
This is crazy.
Ult will be coming off of cooldown
Watch Odo on the
shortly,
flank.
as well as the flash. But the Tom Kench is going to be disastrous. But no, the Shockwave goes by. This is going to be the Grave Star using the power. They can't save anyone else. Odoamne looking straight for Kaiser. Or Parsley rather going to get run down, and the rest of the team now retreating. Schalke holding on, but their biggest enemy now is the Baron in the pit. They are going to be able to finish it. That is disaster for Mad Lions.
And that is something baller call from Schalke right there. To find the pick on Shadow, immediately rotate into Baron, and now Odoamne is still going.
Odoamne playing like a man possessed, and now Shadow's got to be wondering, why did I pull the Renekton into my team? Slide and Glide is going to be up soon. That's the slice, that's the dice coming in just to get him out. Double kill. Going to move through for Gilius and Arome. He's throwing a few skills, but it's just not going to be enough.
So I want to open up a discussion. Obviously, this is a huge swing of power for Schalke. They now have the Baron. They're going to be knocking on the door, and game one basically looks like it's wrapped up in a bow for Schalke at this point. It's just about closeout. But I want to breach the topic of Renekton, because I feel like Renekton gets a bad rap in the community. And yes, you didn't really get to see the dominating lane performance that we think about Renekton to have, but his ability to break up team fights and how his ultimate basically acts as a heal in the middle of a fight. That means he goes from death to basically half health again.
And it's especially these mid-game team fights too, where he can find that flank of the backside, because there's almost no AD carry that can go toe-to-toe with a Renekton on 2 items. The Blade of the King plus the Bork, he got in the backline, no one was peeling Carzzy's Jhin. Jhin gets destroyed 2 fights in a row.
And this is the trade-off between the Nautilus and the Tom Kench. The Nautilus, of course, you can start fights. You can do it on your terms. It feels so good. But when it comes to saving your AD carries butt, you don't have the tools necessary to do it. And more importantly, if you blow them all on the Renekton, the Ashe and the Orianna are just going to run you down.
But Gilius now on the hunt, see if he can catch people out. And I think in the composition that Schalke have, because they usually also play a tank jungler with Gilius on this edge, you're fine to go for a more bruiser top laner. And if Renekton does fall behind, he can just become a stun bot and stand on top of Neon and defend him alongside the Tom Kench. I think Renekton, people think about him as way too one-dimensional as a champion, and there's a lot more flexibility. It still is hard to execute on the champion, but especially with Cloud Soul, like the ability that he'll just hit his ultimate and get so much health back. Call of the Meek is so powerful. You don't need to rely on dominance for Renekton to be a strong champion.
And the last thing here, too, is that even, yes, if he falls off, the fact that he can constantly proc the stun from Gilius makes him scale much better in the game. And at worst, in the late game, that Akali who wants to dive into your backline, your Renekton just becomes a second support for your Ashe and your Orianna. He sits there with W and he says, please come in. I would love to be a 1.5 second stun.
He just waits inside of the smoke for that 1 second you pop on out there, and you're instantly going to be going down. Then you're stunned by the Sejuani. It's a disaster. Schalke, meanwhile, full control. For a little while, Humanoid was going into the side lane trying to farm up, but he's realized, too, he can't go toe-to-toe with that Renekton just yet into the game. So now Schalke have gone back to basics, picked up that bot wave. They have 3 full waves now to take full control of the enemy jungle and finish off this final inner turret.
And of course, at this point, you already said it, Frostgren, that it's looking like the Schalke finish, the Schalke closeout. That is what expected. But we check a look on the opposite side for Mad. We see what could come through. Arome working on a lock of his Iron Solari. That's going to be a big deal.
Oh,
that
huge
thought.
ult.
Humanoid caught out 1-2, but still in the Shroud. They're not going to be able to find any follow-up here. 2 major engage tools now gone. Of course, next Drake still in 2-minute 40, and the Baron buff falling away, so Schalke not going to be able to get anything else in this push.
The cost value on that Shroud there was massive. That was like a $10,000 Shroud.
That was probably the game Shroud right there. He goes down. They've got a couple waves there. It can mean a whole lot. Humanoid also has some... He has a lot of tenacity to not go down these fights. And now he's stopwatch. Right. Cause more delay in the backline. Because even if he's not outputting damage, him dropping his Shroud for a couple of seconds with stopwatch, that zones Neon away in theory. But it feels like with the amount of peel that Schalke have, that's not too much of a concern for them at this point.
And there is some breathing room now for Mad Lions. The Observer's highlighting it really beautifully here. You can see that the freeze is being set up for Humanoid. Now, obviously, with no soul spawning yet, 2 minutes on that timer. Baron, 2 minutes on that timer as well. There's like a rest where Mad Lions are going to funnel as much gold as possible and then need to gear up for probably the most important fight that will decide, do they turn this game one around or do they roll over?
Yeah, I also feel like for Mad Lions, this is a game and give Cloud Soul uncontested. You actually want to fight for the Baron because at this point, the Cloud Soul is CDR and ultimate as well as that movement speed. But right now, Mad Lions are contained to their base, so it's going to be a team fight where it's all bunched up. The movement speed is not going to be as big of a deal as some other potential options, so it's Baron where you must draw the line.
Look at Shadow.
Medios, is that you?
Hi, is that you?
The one Lee Sin kick 60 minutes into the game? I mean, we'll see. This is the classic, we guys have Medios, but this is really the classic Hylissang.
No, look, you have 2 teleports on a Humanoid. You have Shadow who literally is just sitting there, like he is
You want to play too? That'll be
This
fun.
set is literally just chilling for 55 seconds to get double TP and get like the Hail Mary miracle snipe here.
It's all they can do. And now, I mean, what can Mad Lions have going into this fight? In theory, Arome could try to upgrade Humanoid Zhonya's Hourglass. That is one of the options here for some extra AP and some armor. I think, like, you have to if you are going to be drawing the line at this final team fight. The problem is Mad Lions can't really get control over mid lane because they have very few wave clear options. So as long as Orianna's going to be here we go.
Oh, dunk back down. Gilius, they're going to miss the follow-up hook, though. That's disastrous. The pullback, though, on the phase breaker. Dream's going to eat him up, and now they have no peel left for the carries. Dream's frontlining for now, but Odoamne on the way in.
Sejuani!
So hard to get away from a Humanoid now in the midst of the backline. Odoamne getting caught out. Carzzy trying to throw down some damage, but Odoamne will not go down quite so easily. And Gilius, the man they tried to start a fight on, is now turning it right back against them. But Odoamne into the backside. Carzzy still alive, trying to run for his life. It's a messy fight. Neon still coming through. Neon still alive. Neon remains up. The double kill for Abbedagge, and that is disaster for the Mad Lions. That is all they have left. One more shot, but it will not matter. Triple kill for Abbedagge, and the game for Schalke 04.
And such impatience that came from the Mad Lions right there. Shadow, who's moving around, they tried to force the engagement, they didn't get the one that they want, and that was all she wrote. It is going to be game 1 for Schalke. The momentum continues.
Schalke do not drop a game. They run through the Mad Lions. Mad Lions tried to throw so much early aggression their way, but it seems like for almost all of those plays, Schalke were the team coming on top. They played a clean macro League of Legends. They played for the numbers advantage, and honestly, they're looking real good going into the rest of the series.
An 11-game win streak for Schalke 04.
Do you believe?
I mean, it's kind of hard not to after a game like that, Frostgren. We look back, I mean, anytime a game like this ends, people are always going to point back to the draft because I feel like it's always the easiest thing to identify. But also at the same time, let's talk a little bit about the execution here because This was a game where everyone was trying to force so hard. And normally in game ones of an elimination best of 5, everyone's way too scared. These teams are crazy. They're always trying to make something happen at every stage of the game.
I think it's about tempering aggression. We saw both teams kind of have their moments where they overreached, and there was also moments where you saw teams kind of hesitate. You talked about the Gilius play when they forced the jungle. So I think now it's about resetting. You kind of ran standard comps, and then just try to throw plan 2.
Gonna have to find out what happened. Schalke have their eyes set on Worlds, and after the break, the analysts take a closer look at game 1. As they're gonna try to buy a bit more space, but he cannot connect. Now the rest of the team now coming in. Jankos, though, he's already used the grid. He's gonna be very squishy, but they cannot quite kill him because it's unbreakable. Comes in at the perfect time.
I think they kind of a bit shoot off after we beat them last final. It's like they felt like what they were doing just would never like work against us, and I think they just wanted to change it up and find like a new way of playing that would actually beat us.
Sunmay still trying to get in. Golden Shadow, there's the charm. Sunmay dives into the back line.
We always manage to find these like solutions to our problems. That we always just make it work. So if the meta keeps on going like this way for us, it's perfect. Honestly, I feel like it's just right for our
30
players.
seconds until minions spawn.
Skip, jump.
Minions have spawned.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
Break time.
First blood.
Can they do this?
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 19 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
to the analyst desk. Schalke 04 just secured their 11th win in a row, and it might be one of the most important ones of their entire season. They get off to the right foot in their miracle run against Mad Lions and lock that first game away. There is so much to talk about because it was a very interesting and telling first game. Let's start with Pick the Man's Cable.
Good in team fights. Renekton said you want to work well together. You have the Orianna for that late game scaling, so I really like their combo. The first game party I thought it was strong, but I didn't expect that. I like the fact they round out the LPL picks, which are really strong. But I didn't really like Shadow on the set overall. Didn't look like he was super confident on it. His early game plays were a bit questionable, and I think that his first time on set here in the LEC is
Yeah, I think that set didn't make as much sense to me. Honestly.
Well,
yeah, but also just when you look at it, it's a very traditional
just a traditional comp.
Because when you look at that, you're thinking, okay, we talked about it at the beginning of the day, right? Ashe sitting on Neon, okay, that's what you expect. Scaling mage mid laner for Abadalga, okay, cool. And then some kind of synergy kind of around the comp out. And in particular, Renekton and Sejuani. You know, like everyone loves to debate how good Renekton is, but Kate and I were like, Renekton Sej, such a powerful combo. And later on, we'll get to talk a little bit more about it. But in particular, why this comp is so good against what Mad want to do is because they all want to dive in. And it's so difficult for Akali to kill Neon that it's pretty much impossible in every single fight because of what this comp does.
And that we saw later in the game. In the early stages, though, we had our eye on the jungle matchup. Of course, Shadow versus Gilius, which is hype in itself. And Shadow did not get off to the right foot here, Kate. Well, what happened?
So you saw he went from the early game play into mid. He actually got Abadaga's flash, so that means that the Akali can sort of get the push early. It was a really good play. He came back to mid lane for the regank. It didn't really work. He got caught, he had to flash away. Same thing happened in bot, but then he eventually died. So the whole set pick, it's a bit confusing, but I can see why they picked him. So they full pick Renekton. They knew they were going to pick Sejuani. So they thought, well, let's try and get the best jungler into it. Olaf flying pick wouldn't have been that good there, so I think it's set up some early game. You have a good front line before, you have good scaling with Akali on mid game with the gunblade. So the set kind of was a bridge, but it just felt like instead of being a bridge, it just collapsed.
Yeah. And it felt to me like Mad ended up hamstringing themselves, and this kind of like comes back to what Kid was saying at the beginning of the day, which is that when teams come into game one, they have a plan. And to me, it felt like Mad had a very clear plan with the first pick Akali, and so far things have not gone the way they wanted. It was a very tense mid-game, but then things really started to happen.
That's a great point. I mean, it was very back and forth. Schalke got the advantage, but then Mad got it back. And nothing really was out of control until this next fight.
Yeah. So I'm going to walk over to Telestrator. You're going to come with me.
That's a surprise.
I'm going to do a bit of drawing to break down this specific fight in particular. And this is really where the game turns up. So the first thing I want to draw your attention to is the positioning from both these teams. So you'll notice that for now, Mad Lions are trying to gain access into the river by utilizing their four-man group to try and force access in. Schalke are just holding the line for now. They're using Odoane, they're using Gilius, and you've also got this three-man clump up towards mid lane. This three-man clump, that can either be used to move over towards mid lane to regain some cryo, while these guys maintain some control in the river, or they can quickly collapse should a fight actually take off. So, as we roll this one out, we're going to see, we're going to start this play off. So the first thing you'll notice at the beginning of the play is first Schalke splits up. So these three go and clear that wave, as we were talking about a little bit earlier on. Meanwhile, Mad see this as an opportunity to actually start off and engage. But this duo don't actually care if they're being engaged on, because this is the primary front line. They actually want you to come on top of them. So as we start rolling out this clip once again, the first thing I want to immediately draw your attention to is Kazi's positioning. Look at where he's sitting in the front line right now. This is not where AD carries want to be, ladies and gentlemen. Typically, they want to be sitting at the back here. They want to be sitting behind their front line. And what Kazi ended up doing was taking a path forward. And I'm not really sure why. My only thought was that he was worried about this three-man collapsing, and so he wanted to be in a better position. He knows that he does have a flash and he has cleanse, so he can use these to try and get away. But as we roll the clip out, what you'll see is it's so easy for this duo of Gilius and Odoane to actually just get on top of him and melt him down. Meanwhile, it comes back to what we talked about in the draft, where, okay, so this three-man unit of Abadage, Dreams, and Neon at the back are actually relatively safe for the time being. And what Akali wants to do is get this TP flank off, execute Neon, and if they can trade 80 carries, then maybe there's a situation in which they can actually win this team fight, because at this point you can see that, well, Kazi's pretty much dead. The problem is, Akali can't actually kill them. So keep your eyes on Akali in this fight. He goes in, immediately gets exhausted, invisible. So many tools get used to try and interrupt him. While he does initially get one kill, he then gets collapsed on by the rest of his team. And after losing this fight, this is really where things all start to go wrong for the side of the
Yeah, this was a terrible fight, sadly, for those Mad Lions, and well played by Schalke. And I think when you look at Schalke, you were talking about the way they play. They like to keep it even and then accelerate because they have so much trust in their team fighting. I also want to highlight specifically the Neon on. You said it already, Ash had no wins in Europe before he picked it up in the last weeks of the split. And I think as we follow this story, he was also a standout player versus SK Gaming. 19.5 KDA there, 83% kill participation, and he's on the same route now.
Wow, look at his DPM, the damage percentage, everything. He's been popping off in the fights. You know, when Ash got Hurricane and the front line kept coming at him, they kept showing Akali, Nautilus, Ornn, everyone was trying to dive on him, and he was able to free hit with top team fights super well. He played the lane phase super well, and I think the whole swapping situation they did with swapping top, pushing out, basing, going bot with the Herald was super well played.
It was. Now to come back to your opening remarks at the beginning of the show, saying the first game of the series is going to be so important. Mad Lions, back on the blue side. What do you think?
Well, I'm a little disappointed from what we saw from the Mad Lions in Game 1. I expected a return to form. I think individually they were not in it, with poor positioning performances from both Kazi and Shadow. So I'm hoping now that they'll make a shift in draft. They won't first pick the Akali. They won't use the same tools that Schalke is finding so much success with. And hopefully we see a little bit more adaptation to give us a more compelling scene.
Yeah, I want to see more adaptation from the jungle bots mainly. I think the Akali pick's good, the Ornn pick's good. I think throwing in something like a Lee Sin, which was open there for Shadow, would have been really, really good. And the Kalista was also open, so I think you could have put your bot lane on like a Lee Sin, Kalista, Nautilus, get way more early pressure, help the Akali get to mid-game, and that's your bridge rather than just throwing Shadow on set and saying, well, see if you can do your best.
Exactly, let's see what happens, but in any case, the Schalke hype train is steamrolling towards Worlds, but we'll see if Mad Lions can slow them down in Game 2.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy triple kill.
Come out, wherever you are.
been slain. Killing spree. Shut down.
Can they do this?
Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
The light will guide you. Hop, skip, jump.
An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Don't be a scaredy cat.
Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Are we there yet? This way. Let's count to 5.
Shut down. Double kill.
Have you seen my dirt tippers? Come out wherever. I want her. Don't be a scaredy cat. I never play with matches. Are we there yet?
Enemy quadra kill. Enemy pentakill. Aced. Your turret has been destroyed.
Have you seen my dirt
An
tippers?
ally has been slain.
This way.
inhibitor has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
the LEC and Game 2 of Schalke 04 versus the Mad Lions, as we see countless poor stuffed animals just run over like a weird furry game of GTA. I don't know what to say about that one. Anyway, Game 1 almost feels like it left us with more questions than answers.
Much like that introduction.
Much like that introduction.
Listen, it was so easy. We're just like the stuffed animals run over like Mad Lions were in that Game 1, which leads me to my proper segue, draft adjustments. Ender, forget him. What are we seeing in draft number 2?
Look, I want to see Mad Lions go a very different direction to Game 1. In Game 1, they went for some heavy early game out of the jungle for Shadow, but after seeing that performance, I need to see Mad Lions change it up. Take scaling in the jungle and take that first pick Kalista, play for your bottom lane. That's where your power lies.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that we need to put much higher priority in making sure that they get a bot lane that they can play through and getting Shadow on a comfort champion. We had a lot of questions because if he didn't get the Lee Sin, he was Volibear is been nerfed out. We saw him reach for the set, looked a little bit shaky, so maybe they go back to the Lily as his fallback.
And what the question is, how do the fans shift? Will Mad Lions take the Ashe away to set up the Kalista for a first pick? Caitlyn, of course, still remains permanent, or it will be expected to, and there it is.
Now, reminder, Mad Lions' previous bans were Senna, Hecarim, and Shin. Schalke were Caitlyn, Thresh, and Lux. So far, nothing has changed. Now, holding the Senna ban, I also think that there's a chance that you get a priority pick of the Senna.
Yeah, and it feels like, Neon wouldn't be the type of guy to go towards that Kalista, so it doesn't feel like Mad Lions are pressured to ban something like that. By banning the Tahm Kench now, it will open up that Senna first pick. So, will Schalke give them the Senna, which we've seen be so strong throughout playoffs, or threaten that opportunity to run the Sona Lux?
And the one thing that I love about the Tahm Kench lane is that it instantly weakens both the Ashe as well as the Senna priority because it limits the defensive options. Pair with them and certainly make sure that they will not have another situation like last game where they could never burst down a priority partner.
Also, Dream's just a god tier Tahm Kench player, but we're doing it again. I can almost feel the groans from Kadril and Vedius backstage.
Wait, no, but they'll literally just send a Nautilus. Like, it's right there for them. They don't care about the Tahm Kench. Dreams looks better on Nautilus. He played 8 games of it in the regular season.
And while I agree with you, Dreams certainly cannot save the Senna as easily when there's no Tahm Kench on the table. So it is going to be the Senna. It will probably also be the Nautilus, Ender. I'd be very surprised. Instead, it'll be the Orianna. They say that you could take the Nautilus if you want.
And look, I think this Orianna is a phenomenal pick in the first game, but usually
You want to play too?
Her gives her resistances, armor and MR. Usually that's great versus a mage in the mid lane. You only need the MR part, but against the Akali, she does mixed damage with a Gunblade. She's doing physical and magic, so Orianna gets double value out of that spell, and it makes it so hard for Akali to play aggressive in that matchup.
So still not going for the Kalista, instead opting into the Ashe. Now, Ashe Senna have some really interesting lane matchups. We'll talk about it more into the game. The big important thing is the fact that Nautilus has been denied from Dream. So his 2 best champions, his Tahm Kench and his Nautilus, have been taken away, and he usually does fall back to the Yuumi that was flashed. I don't think we're going to see Yuumi Senna, and the Braum gets locked in.
This is really interesting, though, from Schalke, because by not taking the Nautilus, the more playmaky of the supports, if you will, they're playing into a very similar style as Game 1, where they're playing back in the team fights. With the Tahm Kench, you're playing very defensive duty. The Braum going to be very similar, and it's very hard for an Akali to get a lot done. As soon as the Frostbite gets applied, you're getting ready to look for the stun. Akali has to dip out of those fights, or else risk being CC'd to death. So this makes it, again, a hard game for Humanoid to get things done in the 5v.
And already having to deal with concussive blows, it looks like they do not want to deal with the Sejuani stacks as well. Makes playing an assassin just a little bit too hard. Graves going to be banned as well. Now the GP to follow. GP, of course, very safe blind picks, a very solid matchup for the top laners.
So the bans haven't changed for Schalke on second priority. Graves and Gangplank are exactly what they did in the first game. The bans have changed for Mad Lions. Obviously denying Gilius his Sejuani, which means either or the Camellia and Lilia will get through. Excuse me, the
Camellia. I'm a fan of that one. And Mad Lions, too, taking away that Renekton, which was the safe blind pick option for Odoamne topside. Now, for Schalke, I wonder if they would almost consider going for the Kha'Zix. It's a pick we teased a little bit in the last game. But right now, again, the staple of Schalke comps is the zone control, the range of the Senna, the Orianna ball. All of these different options give you the ability to control space. And I think a Kha'Zix plays wonderfully off of that with his spike evolve as well.
And it feels like they are searching for possibly the Kha'Zix. They're trying to see if it's the best option to go in. If you get a bunch of tanks locked in here, obviously he'll probably disengage from that. I would have preferred the Scion, actually, but we hear from a lot of top laners that Camille is just so powerful right now, and it also helps with something that the Schalke composition is lacking right now since they don't have Sejuani, which is that engage.
We'll keep our eyes on the Camille, see exactly how Mad Lions want to respond this one. Arome, of course, no stranger to the champion, was able to have some pretty solid performances against Wonder on it in his series last week. But now the Mordekaiser will be the answer. Is a fantastic champion into the Braum, instantly takes away the Unbreakable, stops anyone from applying concussive blows. So some very theoretically strong interactions from the side of Mad Lions, but the final pick, I think, has to be the fan favorite here, as it is Shadow's Lee Sin.
All right, before the draft started, I said I wanted to see Shadow go to the scaling options. The Lee Sin, though, I'll give him a pass because this champion, he makes work. He looked completely out of sorts on the set, but the Lee Sin was the signature pick of the Mad Lions this summer split. So Shadow, again, with pressure to make plays in the early game, now he has some good tools to work with again on this Lee Sin.
And that's the Skarner. If you guys don't watch Global League of Legends, Skarner is popping up everywhere. It is no surprise to see him make his reappearance in this Best of 5. I expect to see him continue to show up throughout the playoffs, definitely at Worlds, so get used to watching the purple worm wiggle.
And get used to paying the QSS tax, too, if you are the Mad Lions. This is going to be a rough one, too, for Humanoid, who wants to make plays. The Lee Sin, too, low-range champions that need to get on top of you to get stuff done. Also, very squishy, so that CC is going to be deadly.
Now, I want to quickly put the magnifying glass on Mordekaiser here because he is against a tank jungler, which means that if he ults the Skarner, he'll get all those resistances and can come out super tanky right there, as well as try to limit one of the disrupting factors in a 5v5 team fight. I think the Mord pick can be really important here.
Have to keep our eyes on it as we get ready for Game 2. Mad Lions versus Schalke. Who will come out on top? Here we are moving quickly into Game 2. Adaptations coming through in draft, but not necessarily the ones we expected. The Akali remaining the priority for Mad Lions, but maybe this time it will pay off. Keeping our eyes as well on the bottom side of the map. Ashe plus the Nautilus. Tons of playmaking here for the Mad Lions bot side, where Schalke on the opposite side may have to play a little bit of the back foot.
I mean, you see Senna and Braum, and it's just so difficult to break those two champions, to force them out of the lane. The nice thing about an Ashe is because of how her builds work, the fact that she can make repeated attacks, constantly grabbing long swords because she is itemizing into Blade of the Rune King, means that she plays really aggressive in the lane. But it's kind of this give and take about how much damage actually gets to stick, because obviously Senna will just kind of heal it all back, and that's kind of where I'm curious how it's going to break. Will these lanes just neutralize each other and Ashe and Senna just sit in lane phase for so long? Or will Ashe be able to bully out Senna, get better back itemization because of how she can build, and take advantage of this early game?
Yeah, and you know, on that first back, if she get a Vamp Scepter, that's going to get a lot of healing coming through from a Senna. Now, one thing that we didn't get to see Mad realize in the first game that I want to see now with this Nautilus is Kaiser early roam. You talked about with Ashe, with her volley, it's really easy to control the wave in the early stage of the game. And what I would love to see is Carzzy go for one of those cheater recalls we're always talking about, where on the third wave, you stack up the second and third wave with the cannon to go back to base. And what that's going to do is open up Kaiser to look for a roam to mid lane. Again, they're playing aggro in this 2v2, but I want to see Kaiser and Shadow look to attack that mid lane, which was such a focal point for Mad Lions in game 1.
Also the fact that Lee Sin starting top side of the map, so he should be able to have his red buff when Kaiser does get unlocked there, if they want to try to sync it up with the jungler and the support being unlocked with the priority that Ashe and Nautilus are creating in the lane.
Yeah, I do want to point out, though, that early on, Schalke were looking for the level 2 gank, or warding against the level 2 gank. You just saw ward right to the north of mid lane die out from Schalke. There was also one right underneath it to spot Shadow going straight from his red buff towards mid. Now Abadagi has a ward himself, too. He's going to ward that top side. He'll still be a little bit vulnerable for the bot, but you'll see he'll hug the top side of his lane to play towards the vision, and that should give him any gank opportunity if he stays in that pocket.
Of course, we cannot forget how crucial some of these early ganks were in mid lane in the previous game. It feels easy to forget given how long, how intense that game was. But remember, the initial gank looked so good for Shadow. The follow-ups got progressively worse. One of these ganks is successful. The Akali gets ahead of the clock, gets a Gunblade early. This becomes a very different game, and Mad certainly have all the tools to get ahead.
Actually, Shadow has just gone for the full clear. Most people do think about Lee Sin as just kind of like the hard ganking champion. but you could actually just go for all full clears and just rush to level 6, because level 6 is so powerful. As I start to set that up as a possible option for him, you do see him slipping into the river to look for crabs. Now he's kind of debating, okay, we have priority, I grab the Scuttle Crab, or do I want to try to get involved bot lane? Obviously, Shaco with the ward.
Yeah, the thing is with most junglers, you have like, clear 5 camps before the Scuttle Crab spawns, so pretty standard to go for the Crab and then pivot into either a king or your camp, but they're still going.
On the hook with the Ignite comes down. Neon just going to flash out of that one. Dream's locked up. No level 3. Means no stay behind me. He cannot leave back. He's going to be forced to flash out. Shadow potentially on his way to a double kill. Has to be careful with both blows.
No.
Clean sidestep from Neon means that will not land. Shadow burning so much for that.
And the fact is that Gilius saw him on the ward, so he did the Krug camp. Gilius now has Shadow try to hard force, losing his flash with a brilliant sidestep from Neon. Just huge credit to this guy. He's been so clean for so long. You don't necessarily always get to sing his praises, but just a small sidestep like that burns so much from Shadow.
Yeah, it definitely causes Shadow, you know, now he doesn't have the flash, makes the next game that much more difficult. It's a big trade up against Proxy. It is worth pointing out, though, that Neon loses so much off that bot lane. He might as well have died, because now he's down, he's doubled. CS is Gilius. Looks for Rome.
Shadow's on his way.
Following his way through, getting the Nimbus cloak to flash away. Gilius going to continue to flash in, though. Very risky. He just desperately wants to finish it, but no! First blood for Shadow. Big misstep for Schalke.
And there's the force. Now, Gilius has been forcing both games so far. Wasn't punished for it as hard as game number 1. He's really punished for it in game number 2. Wow, good guy Shadow knows that Arome has a TV. Doesn't take the CS there.
I would say stick around for 3 more minions.
I agree.
But sure. I mean, I feel terrible for both these junglers. Literally between 2 towers, and they can't make those kills connect. Really rough stuff for Gilius, but I think Shadow recovers a little bit after burning the splash initially. I will say that there's a lot of craziness going on, but the big thing is not really about the kills that did not go through, but how the CS is now going to be mismatched.
25. Comfortable as well, because that lead is only going to get bigger. He now gets to catch this entire wave as the lane will not quite reset, but should be pretty close to even if he's just going to full clear this one out. Feeling quite comfortable as well. As you can see, the Cole coming through. So Odoamne, once he gets 1 or 2 items under his belt, it's going to be very scary, and he's well on his way to getting there.
I feel like at this point, they kind of missed the window to really punish Camille into the lane phase. You should try to get her down low and then look for the all engagement after that. But now she'll be able to really choose if she wants to fight you or not. Even if you do have the advantage, she could just like dash away from you sitting on the Cole. It should be a pretty easy lane phase. And I think Odo's kind of out of the red here.
Yeah, one play that is pretty successful though with the Mordekaiser, even against Camille, is you just drop that ultimate down as like this giant snare because you can
wait for other people to run.
And then Abadog, or Humanoid rather, runs all the way up towards the top lane, waits on top of the ball that spawns, and then you look for the kill. So there is stuff to play with.
Here goes Kaiser.
Concussive blows have not been procced, however, so Kaiser's going to be able to walk away from this one. Gilius in the area, just shadowing, just hovering as Shadow himself. Maybe fishing for a play, trying to catch even man fight. He's obviously very strong at this point. Double longswords to the chilling smite of Gilius. Should have more raw combat. That's now fishing for the play. The TP now coming in. A lot of attention down to the bottom side. Dream's going to be sacrificed here. Neon sent under the tower. Humanoid level 6. Will not commit for the play.
Humanoid not getting anything for that is definitely going to feel bad for him. As soon as that wave gets pushed in the mid lane, he's going to lose out a lot. But still, Mad Lions play proactively, set up the game, and punish Dream. They should be able to convert.
Yeah, I think that's why Humanoid immediately ate up Karsi's entire wave, now setting up for the potential dive. He's walking down, he'll be here in about 15 seconds. So Mad, yeah, I think they want to rethink this one.
Yep, they're all over the place, right? You know, Kaiser's Hex Flash over the wall, Shadow was running towards the dragon, Humanoid was looping back around. Like, they could have looked for a dive, but again, not exactly. They're not all on the same page calling we're going for this dive. There was a bit of split decision making.
Now we keep our eyes on the mid lane as well. Dog said NCS, or rather, Arome Odoamne. We're just going to keep mixing that up. Odoamne getting pulled further and further ahead. You can see very comfortable in this lane match. It's so difficult for Arome to bully him out. Conquer is going to feel real good in those extended fights, but he just weaves in, weaves out, gets that grasp proc. And Arome just really not getting the chance to extend the trade. That said, we're keeping an eye on the junglers as well. Level 6 now for Shadow means potential to make plays is massive. Gilius trailing just a little bit behind. Once he grabs that, it should be a pretty easy point-and-click setup just about anywhere he wants.
And supports, so we see bot lane from Mad Lions reset. Now Kaiser looking for that rotation towards mid. Shadow did finish his Warrior Champion as well, which is a huge spike on that one. So you know, big hold advantage over Gilius. So this is the opportunity for Mad to play for the Herald. Now, because Karsi is going down towards the bottom lane, I mean, I think Shadow could actually just start this one up by himself, but Schalke could show up and push them off.
I think the important thing is the fact that Odo's playing the teleport and Arome and Humanoid don't have it. So instead of trying to contest the Drake, they know that they can get tempo and numbers advantage by pulling the lane swap. So they swap Neon and Green. They now have the teleport on Odo, and if they want to try to force the fight, they'll have numbers advantage to be able to swing there.
It's also important to note the Cars captain is quite careful in this matchup. Odo Wamne level 7 to his level 5. Cars level 6 would make it easier, but because he's such a low level and cannot lane on his own, Kaiser's being pulled down to the bottom lane. Now, this switch turn against Odo Wamne if it overstays is welcome. But for now, it's 2 members committed to the bottom side just to deal with Odo Wamne. Ulti now coming out, the damage now coming through, but a clean flash out from Shadow. He can't kick over the wall trying to make it out, but the concussive blows are going to lock him down. But no, still alive for now, smiting the heal off in Shadow. The great escape, can he do it? Pulling away as Humanoid tries to find it. Shadow somehow makes it out.
I mean, yes, it's the great escape, and I guess maybe he dissuades Schalke from starting that, but if he dies there, that's a massive disadvantage for Mad Lions. He kind of revealed where he was. I was just about to compliment Schalke on the walk as well, knowing that Shadow would probably be topside jungle because it's for the blue spawn, but that could have gone so sideways for Shadow.
Yeah, I mean, you can call Shadow Houdini, but he's the one that tied himself up right there. That was completely his fault, playing around the Herald, going in without a team in the area, so Schalke will still be able to pick this up. I think Shadow's correct play now is to go and trade for the Mount Break on the bottom side.
See, that's the question. We expect that Mad Lions in this position wouldn't just try to contest the Herald. They would say like, okay, Schalke, you have TP advantage. I'll go bottom and either continue to punish Odo Wamne on this Camille, which Mad Lions are now starting to do, as well as trade Mountain, but they're slightly behind the play.
The thing is, Arome can dodge any dive by pulling it into a 1v1 underneath the tower, so it's actually pretty good for Mad Lions to stay with these split lanes, because Arome can freely farm under the tower, whereas Odo Wamne has to step all the way back, not be able to contest the plates at all, and lose a hold.
One of the concerns that Schalke are now going to have to deal with, the TP is used into the top lane trying to reset the lanes, is that Ashe is dangerously close to Blade of the Rune King, whereas Neon, much slower build path. Yes, can complete items earlier, but should be much weaker relatively in one-to-one trades. And with all of the tower plates going into Karzi's back pocket, he is well ahead of the clock on this Ashe. Now we see the Death Realm coming out. Odo Wamne potentially in trouble, running to the edge here, trying to get a little bit of healing back. Grasping a dying proc, waiting on it. Now going to use the ult to dodge, and will jump out there. Gets the stun on the escape as well. Shield now coming up to the center. Arome desperate to finish it, but the obliterate will not connect.
Look at the teleport.
Oh, here we go.
No flash on Mordekaiser.
We're talking there. Thought we would be seeing. Now the shockwave is going to be big. Hookshot, wall dive, the flash in, the pullback, not enough, and Schalke will grab the kill.
That was just so nicely played there from Schalke's side of things. Odo Wamne on the jukes to escape using his ultimate to dodge probably the killing blow with that huge from Arome, and then the flame TP of a big plays from them.
And meanwhile on the map, I need to hold it. Shadow, here he comes.
Level 7 Lee Sin versus the level 9 Ori with no mana. Red buff proccing 1 auto, 2 autos, trying to finish it. Conqueror now coming through. He wants one more, but he's not quite fast enough. Top lane looks like nothing's going to happen here. Shadow making it out as well, but here, oh no, here comes the arrow. Walking through. Dreams! What can't he do?
What a support! An absolute legend here.
A national treasure.
Amadagi is going to make it out. Humanoid, though, potentially in trouble in the mid lane as Gilius waddles very menacingly towards him. All right.
Okay. Oh, we're never gonna get stocked.
Hold on. They're just laning. They're just laning. Okay, 2K gold lead for Mad Lions. 2 kills to 1. They've got a tower now. They've got the Mountain Drake. This is looking like a much better early game. But what does it do?
Well, it means that Mad Lions are in a better pace because this composition does need to explode the game a little bit. This is a mid-game team fighting team where you have a lot of players with individual agency to take 1v1 fights. You have, you know, the Mordekaiser will need to split up these fights and get really aggressive with things. You can force with the Asher. So Mad Lions need to take this advantage, go into the next ring, look for a fight, collapse on side lanes, and attack through Arome, or attack towards the lanes over Arome.
Now, I had questions about where the Herald is going to go down. You see the Gilius is now Shadow. Obviously, unlocking the first game. Didn't get the Herald in the second game. He's sitting in the jungler's pocket. And I actually expected him to talk with Camille and give her plates. But I think with all of the shenanigans, they've now decided to pivot on the plan. And Schalke are just trying to hard-force find to set the Herald down. He's gone a little bit sideways. Now we thought those 5 minutes were going to go.
All right, so as we take a breather, let's talk about Skarner waddling around the map. Because as you can see,
I like to call it a wiggle.
It's a little bit of a wiggle, you know, shaking the tail. But he's not rocking the Predator that we so often see on the Skarner. This looks really odd to a lot of people, I feel like, because it's so much harder to force plays with the Skarner. Makes his gank presence way less felt. We're gonna watch that arrow.
Because here comes the arrow. Will not connect, but Shadow now jumping in. It looks like the entire team will pull away. Those the arrow does not connect.
I need a replay. I'm pretty sure that just split Dreams and Neon right in the forehead.
Like the arrow went through them?
That's what it looked like.
It looks like it was a mile away to me.
Oh, I saw Dreams like shift. I need the replay. I blinked to see it.
Oh.
In my perspective, that was about to be a solo kill. In Neon's perspective, he was just fine. Gilius, though, now being contested on the buff here, gonna get kicked right back. That's the wombo combo fans have been waiting for. The duo coming through for jungle mid. Gilius never heard the hill slide from our dream. But Humanoid gonna grab that one. Gilius cannot waddle fast enough. Humanoid more than happy to grab that kill.
Yeah, it's a really nice punish there inside the jungle for Mad Lions. Also gives them so much pressure top lane to break down the turret plates on that one. And trade for some that was picked up in the mid lane for Schalke. I will say, very quickly, it's Phase Rush for Gilius on the Skarner, which of course gives him much better ultimates, because now he can get that boost. Come on, Humanoid!
Hold back. Ooh, shoots him with a big play. Now should be able to walk away from this one. Still move up there for Abadage, slowly but surely running him down. No, Humanoid, there's no way out on the flash out to safety. Abadage just gonna cue him, walk away.
That was ambitious.
Shadows, no ultimate.
Here we go. 1v1. Conti has 1v1. Legends, it's Mortal Kombat. Every time we get the chance, Shadow will though walk away.
This has been a while.
And important to take stock, because last game while there were wild plays, it feel like whereas this game it feels like a lot more wild plays, and those wild plays are just going more and more in the favor of Max. Now we get power back in the mid lane power nonetheless, that's a big deal.
Oh, here's the arrow.
But it's still a 3K deficit.
How far away was it?
I don't know what you were watching.
I blinked, like I said, I had my glasses on. You're right, he's a mile away.
In his own bot lane, I guess.
So an arrow.
Here we go.
Womnin taking a bit of time here. Can obviously use his ultimate to go untargetable for a brief moment, and will use it now. Senate ult now coming in, but Womnin is just going to get absolutely dunked down. Will not be able to grab anything there, and Humanoid now going to grab his third kill of the game.
I think an issue that Schalke are having as Mad Lions are basically just beating them to the punch on a lot of these skirmishes, that it's really hard for Senna to contest with Ash's here. And so because Karzi is able to force waves so much faster, he's getting faster resets than Neon is. And that means that Ash is going to use plays more. I think he's doing a great job of throwing his arrow across the board, even if it doesn't connect, just forcing that invisible pressure. So far, a much better early game performance for Mad Lions as they basically ran back the same strategy, save the Jhin for Astra.
And in terms of confidence in a best-of-5 scenario, losing game 1 on a first pick Akali when no one else is first picking Akali looked really bad. Running it back in game 2 for many fans probably looked even worse, but now that he's turned it around, you're seeing why they prioritize the champion. Now that Rwanda is getting run down, you're seeing why maybe they like the Mordekaiser matchup, but now as I say that, Gilius is waddling menacingly in the jungle. Mad Lions now on the retreat.
Okay, he definitely missed that arrow.
This is the collapse though. This is going to be a 5v4, or 5v3 in theory.
Gilius has to be careful here. Roaming level 11 is very big. Karzi isolated. The knockup is going to come through. One stack, going to find 2, 3, and 4. Look at that. Karzi will be sacrificed here. But
no, turn on him.
Roaming. No. Womnin is going to grab that one. A bit too close for comfort. The pullback under the tower, though, the obliterate. The late CC, the flash out will not cancel Kaiser's recall, but definitely will keep it.
They managed to pick up some of the kills, and actually get the flash and heal off of Karzi, which will not be back up for that Infernal Drake, and it is third one, so I think that's kind of the long-term most important plan. Humanoid, 3-in-1, has the big items for Akali, still getting a lot of this solo EXP and solo time over there, as well as Shadow in the mid lane. So if Schalke for this Infernal fight can punish on Ashe not having this flash, I think then this is worth it. Otherwise, I think they're actually just wasting a lot of time here, throwing multiple resources and not getting anything on the map.
Yeah, the arrow not connecting was a really big deal. That's a second or two of extra CC time that's very likely to kill on Odo. And then notice, your Akali's in top lane, your Lee Sin's in mid lane, so it really is just 3 people, knowing that Schalke were in the area. Now we're going to talk about Gilius finally. This phase rush on Skarner, and look how fast he's moving. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. It's about hitting people a really far distance in a team fight and not playing practice. Again, Schalke are trying to absorb the engagement of Mad Lions. Mad Lions are trying to fight at all costs.
And the gold effectively no longer 3K. Of course, there are still 2 dragons, but it's still 2 towers to 1. But only about 2,000 now between each of these teams. Zabadage is very comfortable in an individual 1v1. Additionally, Odoamne continuing to scale up. Now has their Trinity Force completed. Should feel much more comfortable in a side lane. But against the 3-1 Kali, I don't think anyone is really comfortable in a 1v1.
The dives potentially coming out here as we're watching the match move. Finding their way down here, and Mad Lions don't have anyone near a Rome. Kaiser's trying to get down here.
No flash on screens, no ult either. The Custom Blows are going to have to get things started. Kaiser's as well. Rome finishes this one though. He's going to step forward. Dreams leaping over the wall. Now it's Odoamne Dreams versus Abadage. So Abadage and Rome are now in the death realm, but the sidestep is going to be massive there. Now they're going to come out on top of that one. Abadage wins the 1v1. Shadow though with the quick flash to make his way out because he dies in the animation. Will not kick back to the rest of the team. Shadow now going to be in trouble. Odoamne knocked out. The Trinity Force not enough. Too little, too late. Double kill coming through for Shadow. Make it 3. No, this time Karth's going to snag one of his own. Neon moving in onto the backside. Has the heals. And Gilead might be fast enough to pull Karth through, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the right choice. They will let Falco walk away, but Mad Lions just continuing to win out.
It's just not the same power when Senna shows up, so they can easily throw that one away. That is why you get Shadow, Lee Sin, Kaiser now flashing over the wall and catching Gilead's skin. Here comes Shadow on the flank.
It's going to be big. Neon going to try to do something, but he's just too weak. He's just a glorified support right now. Heals are going to be important. Flash out to safety. Shadow will not overcommit here. He's not going to warn the top of the wave. He has to not keep further playing.
And this whole time, Uroid was pushing the top lane by himself. That was a 4v5 effectively. And the amount of time Arome buys with this ultimate for the rest of his team to come down here. Kaiser, Shadow, then Carzzy at the end. It's huge. Shadow also lands every Q, it seems, here on Abadage. His flash is a little bit extra. He was going to one-shot him anyways, but he does follow up on Odoamne.
I agree with you. I think it's the miscalculation of how long it would take to kill a Rome, and then also the outplay of Shadow's mechanics on the Lee Sin that really paid off here for Mad Lions. And the huge benefactor, like you were saying, is Humanoid at the end of the day.
And also, I mean, Schalke are just going to be missing and wanting for damage when Abadage has to use his ultimate in the forced 1v1. When Neon isn't able to enter the fight, when Odo is running the most of it, this is a comp that needs some more time before they come up.
And the Salt and the Wind on top of that is its 3rd wave that spawned in the and now picking up all of that kill hold, trading those really important flashes. Now the fact that Carzzy doesn't have flash doesn't mean as much because Gillies and Odo also do not have flash. They can't punish the Ashe that hard. This is a huge win for Mad Lions.
And now they drop Herald in mid lane, they can nuke that tower while also pushing this game further. Shadows on the flank looking for the collapse. I don't think Schalke can contest this Infernal Drake. They're going to have to give up the 3rd, which puts so much pressure on them for the rest of the game. Even if they were to pull it back through team fights and make it close, there's always the risk of a Lee Sin Spice. His combo with Q plus Smite is always going to deal more damage than killing slowly inside the lane.
The adjustments again, I think we have to praise Mad for seeing what they need to do in the draft. Top-10 appears to have been the biggest factor in the Ashe as well, because Neon, who was an absolute monster in the previous game, has once again been relegated to what feels like a glorified support, just pushing waves, just catching his point. He does not do enough in these fights to match Mad Lions.
The individual performance also, Shadow in particular, I think is a big standout. So yes, I agree with you. Taking away his offhand, how Mad Lions to flex a little bit on their opponents is a big factor. But you also have to say that Schalke are making some head-scratching maneuvers. That really clean macro that we saw in game number 1 has started to show some cracks in game number 2.
Yeah, we have seen this from Schalke in the past. They still try to make plays, and they're going to try to do that again here towards the top line.
Just a 2v4. Maybe not what they're looking for, but Humanoid still manages to make it out. He goes golden, he cancels out the ultimate. Kaiser gonna step forward to try to block, but Humanoid is still alive. Now that's a Houdini you could be proud of. Shadow moving in with Kaiser as well on the backside. Meanwhile, Rome fishing for a fight, buying just a little bit more time. Neon not doing the damage necessary to get anything done. Abadage running for the hills, the double kill for Shadow. And meanwhile, here comes the Ashe on the bottom side. Carzzy looking to play cleanup. One volley, one slow. That's all it's gonna take to run down the rest of Schalke as Carzzy runs forward here. And Odoamne, the last man standing.
That was a 4v5. Carzzy only got involved on the very back half of it. The Ashe arrow did not connect. That was a huge play for Mad Lions.
When the fights get messy, get scrappy, get nasty, Mad Lions will come out on top. Their champions thrive in these situations. The chaotic nature of this draft is helping them out. The individual playmakers are stepping up and Schalke are looking all out of sorts.
The turnaround from game 1 to game 2 is fantastic for the Mad Lions. Always a question of how the Lions keep it together in this situation. Full 5 versus against the Miracle Run memes, against the fan expectations, where they're holding on for now. They're proving good on the Sakali first pick, and it's looking like Mad Lions are set to take this game 2.
Now, I know everyone's going to be focusing on Humanoid here for how long he's able to stall this out. Obviously opens up by dodging the shockwave, that's going to hurt. I do want to talk about Orome on the back half of the play, because he zones Skarner out of it for so long, then also kills the Skarner, meaning he can tank the stats. And then he turns around, and he basically just zones out everyone from Schalke. He's like a one-man wrecking ball crew on this Mordekaiser on the back half of the fight, while Shadow and Kaiser and Humanoid take care of the first part.
Yeah, he pops out of that death realm. Schalke, very confused, collapsed on both sides. And also, Humanoid survived that whole ordeal using the stopwatch, and then Kaiser coming in clutch to keep him alive. Humanoid and Shadow, they're all landing their
arrow.
Oh! He'll never hit one.
Okay, to be fair, he got the flash. That was as good as hit if the flash was not there.
No, I get it. That was like the best arrow, but I'm just saying, I don't think he's hit one.
Also, respect to Carzzy because he was just a half second off of landing the arrow on Odoamne's TP in the last fight.
All right, we're going to have to hold that down because it looks like Humanoid is going for the 1v1s. It's going to be tough for Odoamne. He gets the shield from the adaptive defenses. Well, he
still has
shield coming in. He's going to leap forward, but he's not going to find a stun. Humanoid now trying to retreat, though, but Neon's going to run him down. Big shutdown for Neon. That's going to be massive.
That is a big deal here for Schalke. Give them some breathing room on the map, but still, I mean, that's the Baron buff that went to Mad Lions. Now losing 40 seconds of that, they're not going to be able to fight.
Yeah, at this point, Schalke are just like, okay, as long as the inhibs stay up, we live to fight another day. We try to roll the dice in minute 30 over this Infernal Soul of all things. That's going to be the last stand for Schalke, but a much better performance for Mad Lions. The game's not completely wrapped up yet, but you can see the confidence returning to the players.
And as well, Humanoid cannot afford to keep making mistakes. I'm already ready to pronounce the game over and done with, but if he keeps throwing his life away on a side lane, things are not going to go so well.
I don't think the issue is necessarily deleting Carzzy because there's too many carry threats on Mad Lions competition. I think the bigger issue is that there's no way for Mad to play slow these fights, which is where Sinner will excel, because they don't have they have no really, and multiple members of Mad Lions are just going to play the 1v1 and rip people apart.
Exactly. I think ideally for Schalke, you're trying to play the team fight in the 4-1 style, where it is 4 people grouped up and then Odoamne diving onto a Carzzy, but until Odoamne gets the death stance, he is not tanky enough. He will not survive long enough in the backline to cause real threat. Because in theory, even if he's not killing Carzzy, just removing him and giving the rest of his team space is going to be a lot of value. But again, until the death stance comes through, it's not going to
And look at Schalke. It's 12 seconds before this Infernal Soul spawns, and Neon's on the top side of the map. I think they are just waving the white flag and they're saying, there's no way we can contest it. Like, let it go. We have to try to fight on inhibs.
But it's also Lee Sin, who is incredibly fed, and Akali, who is also incredibly fed with an Infernal Soul. And these champions are already getting their Zanyas. They're already paying the QSS tax for Skarner, as well as a lot of the CC that the rest of the team are bringing to the table. So things are certainly not getting easier for Schalke. 7K gold deficit on top of the Infernal Soul. Baron.
I mean, we've seen a rock and hard place. I kind of like the call from Schalke. They were not going to win that fight if they ran in, so I guess they're thinking, like, I guess we look for the miracle pick. At this point, you want to start creating pockets of darkness. You want to rush Abba to that death gap, and you're just hoping that Mad Lions make a massive mistake and face
Yeah, I was going to say, you could also just hide inside of your base. Anywhere outside your base is going to be incredibly dangerous. I mean, Schalke, they do have good tools to stay on for a while, mainly because Mad Lions Siege not going to be great.
The wave clear is really strong.
Yeah, Schalke has a good wave clear, and Mad Lions only have one range champion. So Mad Lions need a Baron buff to actually break down some towers and use that in all 3 lanes with the Orome and Humanoid splitting up around the map. So it really does feel like it's 2 minutes away unless Schalke makes some really egregious error and get picked off here.
And at this point, the items are mostly completed. Obviously, we have the need to see large doggy, but otherwise the Death Dance is Odoamne as well as Lord Dominic's coming in for Neon. So they're not going to get a lot stronger in the next 2 minutes. It's just about finding that pick that you mentioned, finding that opportunity to fight Gilead, potentially pull someone back who does not have a QSS. So the number of viable targets continues to shrink as the game goes on.
And meanwhile, as Ender was pointing out, you know, it still is relatively hard for Mad to force unless they find picks.
Okay, Shockwave, but it's not going to amount to too much. Abadagi pulled back, knocked down. down and knocked out. Running for the hills here, trying to stay alive, but will get burned down in the end. They're lined up to fight off Humanoid, just tearing through the entire team. They don't need to wait for a Baron buff. If they can just 5-man dive the base, Mad Lions absolutely feeling it right now as they're going to move in and break up.
What I want to say is that it's hard for Mad Lions to siege unless they force the pick, and then as I say it, they literally just like all put their faces into it and just steamroll through Schalke. A masterclass game 2 for Mad.
That was just nasty. Diving underneath these towers. They saw they'd actually split up Schalke. There was 2 top, 2 in mid. Mad Lions run through Schalke.
Massive performance from Mad Lions in game 2, turning it back, bringing the series to 1-1. Mad Lions will not go quietly, and Schalke will find their win streak broken.
They stuck with the same game plan, really. They still put high priority onto the Akali, and this is going to be our question. You know, what champions will define this series? Will you have to be forced into an Akali ban, or do you say, we beat it in game number 1, we can beat it in game number 2? How do we make our adjustments as the series now looks to go the distance?
And look, Humanoid played the same game. His performance in game 1 was not bad by any means. The pivotal difference to me that was Shadow. He's on the sit, comfort free. Nobody's going to be insane. He's able to step up.
And Schalke do the same. We're going to get more insight on game 2 with Mad Lions.
I think they kind of made a bit shoot off after the last final. It's like they felt like what they were doing was they were like very against us, and I think they just wanted to change it up and find like a new way of playing that would actually beat us.
Summit still trying to get in. Golden Shadow gets the charms up and he dives into the back line.
We've always managed to find these like solutions to our problems that we always just make it work. So if the meta keeps on going like this way for us, it's perfect, honestly. I feel like it's just right for our players.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning.
back, everyone, to the LEC Summer Playoffs. Mad Lions, they bounced back with a crucial win, and the first time in 12 games, Schalke's Nexus was destroyed. We have a series on our hands, and if you don't believe me, we do. I could use a close-up right now. Nobody's going to read this from there. That's all right. Anyway, let's talk about picks and bans. As we ended the last segment, you guys said, I do not want to see a first pick Akali out of the Mad Lions. They still went for it, but which adaptations did we see that made this work, Kadril?
Well, I think the Akali first pick in the last game, it did have some impact. I think the main struggle they had was the jungle support and the AD carry. I like that they switched it up. They went for the Lee Sin Ashe Nautilus, way more playmaking, way more engaged, way more utility in the game. I would have liked to see a Kalista, but the Ashe really worked as well. And the whole draft plan was good. They banned out Tahm Kench to force the Senna pick. Then they knew that the Tahm Kench wouldn't be able to be picked, so they just instantly locked in the Nautilus, taken away from Dreams. So now Dreams is forced on a Braum, which is not the best champion you want, especially with something like a Skarner. I think the jungle pick was really off from Schalke as well. The fact that they took away the Camille on 4 just because of the Renekton ban, I think picking jungle would have been a lot better. Counter-pick top, because you basically led to a losing top matchup, a losing jungle matchup, and a really difficult bot matchup. So
yeah, I agree with Kadril. I think he hit all the main points, and I think that for me, one of the biggest things was we got to see what happens when Schalke doesn't safely get through the early laning phase. One of the biggest advantages I felt like Mad had was that they had a winning 2 versus 2 bot that they could actually just get advantages from. And while Rome struggled a little bit in the early game, he was able to pull that back later on into the game. And I think a lot of that came off the back of another fantastic Lee Sin performance from Shadow.
Absolutely. So Shadow picks this Lee Sin, and you know this is in part because it's good for the comp, but also this is his pick, and he knows what to do on it. And I think this top lane play was so crucial because in my mind, if that goes the other way, you're in a whole different space of mind as Shadow.
Yeah, he went for an early bot gank, didn't work. He gets the first blow onto Gilius, and again, he just catches out Gilius again. So, I mean, the fact that he can get his Lee Sin a couple early kills in the early game, I mean, we know Shadow's Lee Sin is one of the best Lee Sins in Europe. It's his most comfortable champ, and I love the adaptation. The fact that, okay, the set didn't work out too much, let's put you back on Lee Sin, let's get you back on the comfort. And yeah, he hit every Q in almost every fight, and that flash kick was a bit too much, but I guess he just had loads of damage.
It's probably habit at that point, right? You know, but I think that it was much needed as well. After game 1, he picked a champion that we haven't seen him play yet during the regular season, and it was a difficult game for him. So put him on something that he can have success on, something that he feels comfortable on, and oh, look, he has a banger. So now his confidence is going to be riding high. Same for the Mad Lions. Game plan didn't work out game 1, but it seems like the mental wasn't greatly affected in game 2. So it's good to see that they are staying strong. Now the weight falls on Schalke's hands.
Yeah, they bounced back tremendously. Verius, you also wanted to take an in-depth look at that top lane fight in 22 minutes, which really sealed the deal for Mad.
So people thought that I only needed that to do the Drory tools, but I brought my little computer thing with me. I name him Al. Anyway, so this top lane play, what Kadril and I wanted to draw attention to was Humanoid. Now, we're going to slow this one down as I start this one off, right? So you're going to keep an eye on Humanoid and how he's sidestepping beautifully absolutely everything. So Kadril, why don't you run us through this as we're going to play this one out?
Yeah, so he actually uses E to dodge out the Orianna ult, and then he has the E tagged on the creep, so he flies back, and he sees Gilius running at him with the ult, so he instantly ults back onto Humanoid into the bush, and now Gilius lost vision of him, and now he's running back into the bush. He pops the W, so he's still not able to use the Skarner ult. He's basically stalling time here. Dreams is trying to collapse on him, Abdaga's trying to collapse on him, Gilius, the TP's coming out. You'll see Otto Amne is going to flash on him as well, and he essentially, all he's doing is buying time. Eventually he gets ulted out, the Sen ult comes down to save him a little bit, but then he ults away. Camille flashed on him, he Zhonya's the Camille ult as well, so
yeah, I
he
think
basically got 3 ultimates.
That's the craziest thing for me, and again, I still want you to keep your eyes on Humanoid down here, because you'll notice that you've got 3 people, all of Schalke, hard committing to this play, and they're like, okay, as long as we kill Humanoid, this play is still going to work out in our favor. But then as we roll the clip back out once again, you'll notice that, hey, look, he flashes out at the last second. And now you see that Schalke's stuck in this really awkward situation where they're all clumped up in this while the rest of Mad are coming. And note, if you have a look at the minimap, Kazi's not even here. This is a 4 versus 5 play that Mad's actually able to come out on top of.
Yeah, and he basically, there's 4 ultimates down for Schalke. They're all stacked up, and Humanoid's really, he's basing here on Out of Fog of War, and he's going to TP back into the fight. Now, Schalke, they've got no fighting tools left. They have no ultimates. It is a 4v5, sort of in their favor, but they can't really win it. Shadow comes in, cleans up, the TP comes in, and that eventually leads to Neon's death.
Yeah, and I think a wonderful game out of the Mad Lions. And individually, you know, when you're a Humanoid, you get that Akali again, and now you absolutely make it work. You're winning fights when not even all your carries are there. And this is exactly what they needed to bounce back. They were on blue side. Now Schalke is on blue side, of course, because that's what they picked after losing that game. Now, talk to me, Verius, about the mental game. You already said, well, Matt, hey, bounce back, fantastic. Schalke has seen that defeat screen for the first time now in 12 games. How is that going to affect them?
Well, this is the thing, right? I think that one of the big advantages that Schalke have had is that they've been on this constant win streak, but now they've suddenly been stopped in their tracks. They're the ones that have to adapt. They have to find a way of dealing with this Akali, and now we get to see how deep is that champion pool. Do they only have one style, or is there something else that they can bring out against the Mad Lions?
Yeah, I mean, Schalke, first defeat in 5 weeks. I don't think that's going to hurt them too much. We'll see if they have adaptability here. Can they adapt in the draft? Can they adapt to a loss? I think dropping the Skarner pick is really important here. I think the fact that you're on blue side, you can have target bans, so I'd love to see an Akali ban, a Lee Sin ban, something like this. I mean, you saw the series with G2, they were banning the Lee Sin on blue side, so picking up some of the tools that G2 used against Mad Lions on blue side would be really important here. I would love to see Lee Sin ban get Shadow off comfort again, because he really looked sort of out of the game with Kaiser when he's not on a comfortable champ. But when he's on a comfortable champ like Lee Sin and Kaiser's on Nautilus, they look really good together.
Yep, they do. We'll see what happens. It was a big change in momentum for the Mad Lions, who are looking to get to match point after this.
It said coming up next, but what it really meant was coming up now. Hello, welcome back. It's Game 3, currently tied 1-1 between Schalke No Fear and Mad Lions, and a massive turnaround for Mad Lions in Game 2 on the back of a standout performance from Shadow on that Lee Sin.
Yeah, also credit to Humanoid there. Some slick Akali moves. Now, that said, it does mean that Schalke have side selection. They have selected blue side. Now, with that, as Kajal just said on the analyst desk, you can start throwing out the target bans. You can take away Shadow's Lee Sin and try to see again, roll the dice. Can you play anything else right now if Lee Sin's gone and Volibear is nerfed?
And what I want to know is, I think it may be an Akali ban coming out early, because the last two games, first game, Mad Lions didn't pick the Lee Sin at all. Second game, it went all the way down to that second phase. So Schalke might think they can get away with the Lee Sin ban in the second phase, but we're very likely going to see the Lux again, the Thresh again. But now, they don't need to ban away that Caitlyn. That responsibility falls to the Mad Lions.
And we also now get to answer the question of what Schalke's priority pick is going to be. In the past, it has been things like the Senna. They can go for the Ashe. They're not necessarily a Kalista priority team. Or if the Hecarim falls through draft phase, they have been known to first pick the Hecarim as well.
Interesting. We'll have to see what both teams want to go for. For now, bans remaining relatively the same, all things considered. The Lux going to get banned as well as the Thresh, Shen. And I'll see how Mad Lions want to follow this one up. In the past, the Hecarim has been pretty standard here.
And if we see the Hecarim come through for Gilius, then we could get into the, well, they're going to ban that one away. I was going to say Shadow could go down that scaling jungler route. But again, if the Lee Sin is open, I actually think this would be the time for Mad Lions to pivot into an earlier jungle pick. So you take your bot lane on 1-2 and potentially look for that Lee Sin on 3.
So there's the Akali ban that you were talking about, Ender. Do you ban Caitlyn here?
You have to.
Okay, so I was actually going to be really curious because Mad Lions historically were the team that kind of left the OP, they left the Varus open and they had the counter. And I was like, have they figured out the counter to Caitlyn or is she just too busted?
Caitlyn's a little too OP, I think.
And the question for me was, do we see the Kalista priority here? Touted by many as the S-tier bottom laner that demands a first pick, but with Ashe still up and available, instead it is going to be the Senna, so we're seeing the run back to a certain degree of the bot lane compositions, but now Shadow's Lilia, not an early game playmaker, but a farming jungler for Shadow.
This is a very different look for Mad Lions, and it all comes down to the fact that Akali is banned away. So when Akali comes in, Shadow has to play an early game aggressive jungler. Now that it's going to be a Lilia in the jungle instead, this opens up physical damage mid laners for a human that we want to see him on.
It does mean that Dreams is going to get a hold of one of his comfort picks like that Nautilus, and also the value on Cleanse just skyrocketed. When you have an Ashe and a Lilia in a game, running that summoner spell is going to get like so much bang for your buck.
Does Gilius want to match the scaling in the jungle? We'll be Abadage on the Azir now, and this is bread and butter teamfight composition for Schalke. You know, we were talking a little bit backstage about the value of the Senna pick, and against Mad Lions, where they were playing a very skirmish-heavy style, Senna did not really get to shine. But as we see two compositions that appear to be much more focused on the 5v5 team fights front to back with an Azir, I think that means Senna's value is going to raise up. If you can put some beefy tanks in front of her for her to sustain up throughout a fight, that gives you so much power in the 5v5.
And I like that Kaiser is willing to match here. There will be no Braum pick for this Ashe. Instead, it'll be the Leona. More engage options on the other side. Two cheaters Braum, both equipped with the tools necessary to do so. While both these teams, both these first three picks have shown us a lot about the composition, bans are going to tell us more. Kha'Zix being taken off the board and taken away from Gilius.
Because Shadow is running an AP jungler, I think that there's emphasis on banning the Lucian away from Humanoid. We went and we peeked into his champion, or his solo queue, and he's been spamming a lot of Lucian. Obviously, it was revealed with Fnatic and their best of 5, where they were constantly running AP jungler with an AD mid laner, and that's why you see that. It's with Shadow on AP, what AD mid laner does Humanoid now have if Lucian's gone?
And if you want to go to another AD carry, the Tristana does pop up as a champion that can be pretty good in lane and also outrange that Azir much later into the game. But I think Schalke do need to go on gangplank duty here for a ban. When you see all the engagement playmaking around the bottom lane, right. I think you gotta remove the GP.
I mean, I agree with you, but I feel like we are going to see Humanoid probably pull out a Tristana.
A Galio. Okay, so this, again, it's a very similar idea to the
Camille Galio.
Yeah, it's like, because this removes the Camille Galio opportunity, but also Galio playing around and no bot lane is going to be such a good for Mad Lions, and that's peak Mad Lions gameplay is when they're playing through Kaiser and Karza.
And additionally, we also saw how strong the Camille Galio combo could be for the top side, how much better it made Arome as a top laner when he had that setup. But now with the GP as well, it's going to be a difficult life for both Abadage and Neon in these late game team fights. The Cannon Barrage, an immensely powerful spell. How do Schalke actually respond here? The Shen's still banned away. Hecarim taken off the board as well. It would be very bold. Historically a Gilius pick, but definitely not something I would expect to see him play in 2020. Instead, it is going to be the Lee Sin.
Yeah, we were chatting with Kadra before game. We asked him if Gilius was a Nidalee player, and historically he was. Maybe we see it come out this series, but now he's going to try to flex with the Lee Sin. And with
you want to play too? That'd be fun.
I would like to see Camille, but Gangplank is such a pain in the ass that I think that they have to opt into the Ornn for some long-range engage, but I do feel that Schalke are missing some tools in their composition.
Yeah, right now they have team fight options, but I do think this Lee Sin is a little bit out of whack with the rest of champions. I think Schalke are saying, Gilius, you need to act as the bridge, you need to be that early game playmaker. When you see a Lilia on the other side, Lee Sin gonna have a better time finding gank opportunities, but a lot of these lanes for Mad Lions going to be hard to influence. I do feel like a lot of solid laning options here for them.
But just similar to last game, I feel like it's all eyes on the Lee Sin because while Schalke have incredible scaling late in the game with the Ornn items, with the Azir Senna duo, Lee Sin is the bridge that carries them through this early game unscathed. And when you're looking at an Ashe and a Leona and an Orianna GP when we hit that level 6 mark, bot lane's gonna have to be careful. That is a very easy lane to die.
Yeah, you are not getting out of that one. The global abilities are gonna make it so easy for Mad Lions to cheat plays around that area. So this could be a game where Schalke look to get out of that bot lane around that mark and play for Herald.
Yeah, and on the other side, I think Mad Lions are going to just take complete control of a lot of the river control as well as the push priority in a lot of these lanes, which they have a farming jungler. They should be able to create enough space and enough time for Shadow to farm up and get to those big 5v5s while Leona just runs amok on this map.
And now it is time. Both teams tied at 1-1. Who will move up to match point? Schalke No Fear versus Mad Lions, starting now.
Galaxy far, far away.
Now this is pod racing. Let's get to game 3.
What? Did you know that was coming?
I may have seen the observers before this one and figured out.
That's
Wait a second. And we're going through time.
Back to live, Ender. Ender really wanted to draw again on that top lane play. He's going to hold that thought. Flawless execution, observers. We let you down on our end, but that was some hyperspace action.
Look, they broke the space-time continuum, okay? We actually just went back in time trying to save Schalke's miracle run.
I'm done with both of these jokes. Let's focus on what's going to happen in this game. Ender, take it away in jungle pathing.
All right, jungle pathing. This is one, so I think we'll focus on the Lilia first of all, because I think Lee Sin, pretty basic at this point into the game. A lot of times Lilias will like to start on their Raptor camp on the top side of their jungle and blitz through those AoEs up there, which is why I think we're looking for Schalke to go for a late invade. But Shadow is like 5-head giga-braining this one because he's also looking for the late invade and there's no ward on it. So he's just gonna steal away the blue buff from underneath Gilius.
Like ships passing the night. Oh no, we've turned around.
All right, we're going to talk about your vocabulary in 5-head giga-brain later, but for now, we see the 1v1. Gilius getting caught out here. You do not fight the Lilia at level 1. That is not a winning proposition. They will reset the blue buff, but important to note, Gilius has lost Flash at level 1. For a champion who wants to get something done in the early game, that's going to be a big deal. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, look at the fight coming out here. Dream's just getting run down here. Kaiser lower cooldown on that Q means he just keeps running forward, keeps picking fights, and Mad pulling very far ahead in that trade.
This fight going so well for Mad Lions is actually a really big deal, though. Because what Gilius would love to do is take his red buff and then sprint into Mad Lions jungle, but as you can see, there's already a ward around there. There's a ward on the blue buff, too. So now Gilius, he has to look for a level 2 gank in the bottom lane, otherwise Shadow is going to be able to counteract him in the path.
But reminder that Mad still have all of their summoner spells, and Schalke do not.
Level 2.
Big investment. Kaiser stepped very far forward. Aftershock procced, it will fall away shortly. When it falls away, Kaiser is going to be incredibly squishy. Has a bit more resistance with the W coming in, but Gilius now caught out. He's not going to be able to find anything.
It's all gone wrong.
I mean, 2 summoner spells you pick up, but now Shadow's coming in as well. He can just move into the jungle and take away the Krugs. There's not going to be any response, or he can come down to try to extend the play, but the Ashe is just continuing to slow them all down here. Has to be careful coming under this tower, but that's going to be Dreams dead. First blood for Carzzy, and an amazing start for the Mad Lions.
Carzzy and Kaiser just dunked on Neon and Dreams. That was huge. And then as soon as Gilius wasn't able to execute a level 2 gank, that was disaster. Like, there was nothing that could be done there, and the fact that the dive that happens is just like the cherry on top. That is a whole shit sandwich for for Schalke.
Yeah, on the other hand, you know, it's great for Mad Lions. I mean, they love to do this, right? Put Kaiser on a less common champion, give him the counter pick, and they take that and they run with that there too. Shadow does the whole around the world through the jungle, taking Gilius' blue buff and literally then ganking bot lane. That was the next thing he did. This is crazy.
Ender, I don't know a lot. But what I do know is that there are 5 camps up for Shadow right now, and he's level 3 right now. So Gilius, Giga Brain 5-head. Listen, Giga Doom 3-head, Ender.
No, I think Shadow was
Shadow is, yes, I know.
Yeah,
but now Gilius is on the opposite end of the footwork. I don't know how Lee Sin comes back.
Yeah, well, he doesn't, because the thing about these farming junglers is once they get an edge, Lilia will just sprint through the jungle, clearing her camp so quickly, and then that hyper scales you into getting that early runic echoes, which then makes you clean even faster. So the only answer when you're playing one of these early game junglers is to then double down on the actually we're going to continue to play around this lane, where now there is going to be a flash miss.
Oh no. Okay, right before that happened, that was a force from Kaiser. You actually had the hawk shot from Carzzy used on Gilius's Raptor camp to give Shadow information that he wasn't here and that he could actually go farm that if he wanted.
Shadow's trolling though, going for this bot lane, purposely missed. Now Gilius runs into his top side. He gets the red buff. I think on Gilius, I get a little greedy now here too and go for the Krug camp as well. But I want to very quickly. So this is really good. Swarm's gone now for Gilius, who can then play for the top side Scuttle Crab into his own Gromp, and then the rest of his camps are going to be respawning. So this has really made up for a lot of the pain.
I mean, obviously, like, a game of inches. If Kaiser does land that D, then maybe it's a completely different story. You pick up the kill on the bot lane, you then rotate into Gilius' Raptor camp. Suddenly, Gilius isn't having the same edge, but like you're saying, mis-execution allowing Gilius to kind of peek back into this one.
Yeah, every gank has a cost, and in this case, the cost is letting Gilius back in the game. Of course, still with an XP disadvantage. While in the mid lane, we check in. All things relatively even as expected. Interesting enough, bot lane feels like the big catalyst for action because top lane gets born, it's GP. We've been here for what feels like literal years now. And our kind of waiting for level 6s to come out. Start to see the Ornn ults come out. Start to see that GP ult come out as well. See what Orome wants to do. If it is the bot lane dives that we talked about in here.
Yeah, and I wasn't paying super close attention to the top lane early on, but it looks like Orome was the first one to go back to base, and I really like doing this on GP. When early in the lane phase, you overtrade, so the base laners use their teleport, and then you can level. Now Orome is level 6, and you can play around Kaiser.
Obviously, Light with the Kaiser and Shadow were finally on the same page after a very difficult game 1, so continuing here in game 3 is a good look for the Mad Lions.
You see Leona everywhere in the LPL, and it's usually to contest early river control, which is not necessarily the same thing with the Farming River. I think it's just about being more and aggressive lane control that Leona and Ashen have in this situation. But obviously, if Kaiser's teaming up with Shadow and looking for ganks on mid lane, he's also leaving Carzzy alone for solo EXP, which naturally very important for Ashe. Means that she can kind of catch you out of guard, get in early level 6, as Odoamne starting to take some chunks out of Orome, but obviously at this point over time, Orome will switch to come back into the lane, being able to heal up on oranges.
Have to keep our eyes on the Knight's now been brought in. Odoamne knows that he has the potential to all in here if he can land enough abilities. Mana bar starting to balance out as well. Gonna be able to grab the honey fruit there, but we'll keep our eyes on the bottom lane as the Boogie is not going to connect. Means we'll land the root. So Gilius going for moral support. Has not quite been able to find a really solid gank opportunity.
That's the play though where I feel like in the last game really sort of hard committed for that one, and Shulka I think learning a bit. Let's hold off the brakes. When we misplay, Dreams obviously right there. They do not need so many options. Just don't need to barrel down and overcommit to these plays.
What I'm actually really curious about is Mad Lions choosing not to go for the swap here, and instead just running back towards the bot lane with Carzzy and Kaiser. You would actually expect Neon and Dreams to swap at this point, especially because level 6 is going to be coming out for Carzzy really soon, and the lane is that much more dangerous to be in.
I think the big thing here is that in the world of PvE and tower play trading, Gangplank ults is just significantly worse. It clears away, but maybe it just shows us even more that Mad Lions are looking to dive and kill champions rather than play for the math objectives.
Rome has used his ultimate, so it does mean there's not immediate pressure coming down onto Shulka. But one thing we do see is on the Leona and on the Nautilus, it's running towards that play. And the first support to get back to base is the first support back on the map. So bot prio is a big deal for setting up plays with the team.
Yeah, and checking in on the resets from Neon and Dreams, they did start to walk towards mid and top lane. As soon as they saw where Carzzy was, they immediately ran it back to the bot lane. So it looks like Mad Lions are dictating this.
Will only connect on one, and Gilius just on the fast retreat here.
I was going to say, it looks like Mad Lions are dictating where these lanes are being set up here. They're just deciding, we're not going to go for the swap, you are going to respond to us, and now they're starting to rotate all of their players since Carzzy has shoved the wave in and is walking up bot side river.
And the whole fallout there of Shadow being able to pick up the Scuttle Crab, now the Rift Herald too, is Kaiser being back on the map first. He didn't just quit at mid lane and then go back down bot lane. He's playing with Shadow. I think this is so important when you have a farming jungler. Champion like Lily can't make a ton of aggressive plays on her own. When you put her next to an aggressive support that can find long-range engagements, that gives you the options to play a little bit aggressively aggressively in this early stage of the game around objectives like Herald and the mid.
And this is where you can start to really punish a champion like Senna because she doesn't have the same push priority that an Ashe will have. So there's going to be less opportunity for Dream to find big windows where he doesn't have to be in a wave, he doesn't have to be next to Senna, and he can try to match Kaiser's vulnerable vigilance just as effective.
For now, they've got pressure on the bottom side, and Lee Sin and his Zero are in the area. We'll hold that thought. You want making sure we're taking the top side. Nervous is baiting again in a wet noodle fight. I'm a little upset. The engage coming out on the bottom side of the map. Carsey's just going to kick things off the arrow. In comes the Lilia. Where's she going to go? Already one dead. They're going to finish for a few more. Kaiser just continuing to run forward, but meanwhile in the mid lane, battle between the two mid laners. The slide back, Abadagi's fishing, but Humanoid's going to be forced to flash out. Abadagi holding on to his flash for now. 3 sand soldiers, but no tools left to set them up. Both sides will back away. The flash advantage from Abadagi.
That was an intense fight right there in the mid lane. Both sides dodging abilities. Unfortunately for Humanoid, Abadagi has mobility in his kits. He dodged that shockwave on his own and stays alive. But Mad Lions did make a really key move around that bottom lane, playing off that level 6 that Carsey got to because the support was never playing.
Kaiser also should be very close to level 6, and Orome has a teleport that's just about to spawn, as well as his ultimate. So there's also going to be a lot of components for Mad Lions to continue to play very aggressive cross-map.
Shadow, Ilias still waiting to finish off the Warrior. It doesn't even matter when he finishes that Warrior. Yeah, it's obviously a lot of power, but I mean, AP junglers, when they get this Runic Echoes, they clear the jungle so quickly. So you now expect Shadow to start building up a CS advantage. So Jarvis 10 is going to sprint through the rest of the jungle, and that's going to eventually
And talking to other pros about Lilia, the thing is like, not only does she sprint through her jungle really fast, but at some point she can also then just mean that you have priority mid lane, because she sprints through her jungle, she stacks up her Q, and then she walks into mid lane, she starts spinning on that wave, walks into bot jungle, and it's like you start to lose in the farm game with the junglers, as well as the push priority for mid lane, allowing her to go faster to everything.
And the really unique thing about Lilia is that yes, she's AP jungler, so she can use each individual camp quickly, but because she can keep 5 stacks per passive constantly through the jungle during a full clear, she has a Billy movement speed. Like, she is actually so quick. Really nice skanks as well. If you think sort of like Talia's passive, when she was in the jungle, she could hug a wall and get into a lane very fast and surprise you with the amount of mobility she had. Lilia operates in a very similar way.
Now I'm seeing not clear who he was spotted out there. Shadow now on the bottom side. Neon could potentially be in trouble here. Fortnite as well. He does have all.
Yeah, ultimate and teleport. Again, we talked about it. This is why Mad Lions want to play cross map right there. They feel very confident with the tools that they have. So Neon and Dreams just need to be really defensive, as you're probably going to see that. A lot of fishing with arrows and a lot of fishing with, what is it, Sleepy Balls from Lilia?
Yeah, she's orbs, balls, I don't know.
What is it? What is the ability name?
I have no idea. All I know is watch out Eve. That's the only one that matters.
That's the one that does matter.
He literally plays Lilia.
I play Lilia, but I just call it the ball. I said I'm throwing a ball, I have ball in 7, you know, and that's how it's done.
Called Swirl Seed, Ender.
Swirl Seed.
That's a worse name.
I'm gonna call it the
Just
ball.
had 3 different people jump in my ear to say Swirl Seed. Thank you, LEC Production.
Swirl Seed.
Simultaneously. Well, the plate's going to go down by the side. That was Carsey picking up 1 plate on the initial push. And when Shadow arrived, as well as the extra 2 coming in from the Herald. So gold just continues to be fun out. And once again, we have Mad Lions and Ashes ahead of the curve on itemization. Blade of the King going to make it quite strong. And Romy still with ultimate available. Neon and Dreams actually sweating here. Good news is Gilius is on the bottom side, but will it be enough? Mad decide to go for it.
I guess kind of the only silver lining that Schalke have in this position is
That's
that...
the ball!
That's 2 balls.
Oh, is that if...
There's not even Cinder in this game.
Stop. I can't. Is that if they tried to force the Drake, Gilius could go for the steal, because Lee Sin obviously still has a lot of power of that, which is why Mad Lions pull it out, even standing on the back of the Ocean Drake. They'll secure this one with priority. 2 balls, really?
That's what... You're the one making it weird, all right? Continuing forward. 2K made it from that. Of course, that is good power. You have to take a lot of plates, as well as the kills. So looking at it, Cloudrick won't be the biggest deal, all things considered, but the ultimate cooldown is going to matter a lot for Humanoid, Orome, and, well, actually everyone, but still not nearly as good as something like the Ocean or the...
You thought Lilia was obnoxious before.
Wait till she gets that Cloud Soul. That is going to be wild. First start will go to Carsey, of course, with the ultimate. So I like that play. So fishing with the ultimate right is so good now. Find something they don't in the end. Carsey probably wouldn't have continued before.
Carsey's really fortunate that Ashe is a very powerful champion, even without her ultimate.
It's true. especially now she has the Blade of the King. Goes back to base. You're working on the dance, of course, and I think this is going to be a big purchase for him too. Dance, you park yourself in mid lane, you're always going to have to push in the middle lane. That sets you up to play for those objectives super nicely. The Mad Lion's already on the
I love that he went back and essentially 4 daggers between the Berserker Screws and the triple daggers.
That's a way better way to do it.
Man's going to be attacking back.
I like this.
Rome, you're going to clear out the way quite easily. Neon actually going to take a decent amount of damage in
Like
exchange.
Gilius will pop to you.
It's also just hard to dive with Rome right now. Of course, he has no ultimate, and that's going to be a big deal, but the swap's already coming out. He's moving in. When's he going to use the oranges? Has been knocked up, is now set up to get knocked down. The move forward is a little bit sloppy, but Gilius gets there. The kick flash, that's going to finish the job, and Gilius will grab the kill.
Still really slow setup. I agree with Ender. I think that they were kind of on the wrong page for getting Gilius over the wall, which now means the Mad have had tons of time to set up for this dive.
Oh, knock up, and the ball is going to hit, and that's going to be one Sleepy Forge God. Unstoppable now, but certainly not unkillable. Near flawless dive from the side of Mad Lions.
Really nice control there. Now Humanoid, Gilius is rushing towards him.
One. Scoop back, that's going to be one tower shot. Now the pullback in exchange, though. Gilius running in, looking for something. That's 2 low health members. Gilius, no kick available, though. Does not want to pull the trigger. Humanoid just barely getting out.
Look, if there was not that one pesky melee minion underneath the tower, that was a 3rd turret shot, and that was a kill for Abadage right there. That was so close to being such a major move on the guy who has now twice looked for that full lethal all-in against Humanoid and comes so close.
I thought we were going to look at the melee minion.
Now we're going to look at Dreams not stepping next to the wall for poor Gilius.
So this is what we're talking about. Dreams uses the Hex Smash of the wall, and if he allows Gilius to get over there faster versus the time that it takes him to walk around that wall, you get to start this play on roaming that much faster. Meanwhile, check your mini-map. Ash and Leona are stacking a wave. Lilia is walking over there. They're getting the Rift Herald, and it just allows Mad so much setup time.
And the difference is, if he gets the W of the wall, he doesn't have to burn the flash as Gilius. Now, of course, they will end up getting the kill on Orwame. I will say, Orwame meaningful damage to the wave means the tower push had to wait for that next wave to fully for this play in mid. It's just it's the one melee. It's the one melee that takes that first tower shot because it's just now that he picks up the aggro, so there was time for it to reset and give a 3rd shot, which would have dealt with it.
The game of inches continues to be the story of these mid lane 1v1s, while the rest of the map just seems to be pretty consistently on fire one way or another. But Mad Lions, once again, in a game situation where they are pulling ahead. 3K in their favor, fishing for engagements. They're going to miss the ball. They're going to miss the arrow. Abadage going to get pulled back, though. Humanoid manages to find it. That's going to be a clean combo. Shalka baited into a false sense of security here. Shadow's going to try to double on back into that.
That was a huge play for Humanoid. That was almost disaster for Mad Lions, but using the shockwave offensively and defensively to protect his team as Dreams is initiating. Massive.
Yeah, and then Kaiser's ultimate to stun up to and set up for the kills there from Shadow. Huge deal for him to get the run down there from Camp 2. This is what I was talking about. When Lilia starts rolling, she does not stop. Let's check it out one more time here because it is the arrow that goes wide at the start, but then it's this ultimate into the Leona ultimate that is complete devastation.
Absolutely obliterated in that exchange. And if I were Shaka, I would have felt good too. You dodge the first 2 major forms of engage, you dodge the swirl seed, you dodge the arrow, you feel like you've got a fight in your favor. But as mentioned, beautiful play there for Kaiser and Humanoid pairing the ultimates together. And now Schalke are in dire straits. They do scale very well. Warren is level 12. They're getting closer to those items. Not before default.
The thing is that Schalke's composition does do well when people try to dive into the back of them, but with Mad's comp, because you have a long range, Ax's range, the ultimate, and the ultimate, not necessarily give Mad to still get into the back line to reach the Azir, to reach the Senna, and then have massive damage threats on virtually every single member. So I really like this iteration of Mad Draft much more than what we've seen earlier in the series.
Yeah, I think all the AoE they have in this as well just makes it so hard for Schalke to fight, especially if they're playing well. Shadow, he's so fast on the Cloud Rift as well.
Look out!
So way there. Watch out. Yeet and Dreams loses the flash for it.
Pull back though. Kawame gonna be forced to walk away from this one. Big damage coming in for Humanoid though. No MR to speak of on Kawame. Good job running that, checking the item. No one can go for that exchange. Taps out. Monster over the wall.
This is 2 times now. We've seen Warren on the assignment of top laners. It's Mordekaiser the last game. It's Warren this game. And how devastating she can be because they don't have a lot of gap closers to deal with her. And her Our zone control, when you're on point as a good Orianna player, it's just free. It's so free.
And it's really important, right? Because Human picked the Akali twice. We saw one bad performance, we saw one fantastic, or one performance where he didn't. Right now, the fact that he's pulling us Ori, this is big. On the opposite side for Abadage, also he's been having a relatively quiet series. He was an awesome, consistent Orianna in both games, but only in this game have we started to see the flashier side of Abadage. And I think if Schalke are going to win out, it's going to be a lot on
Check this out.
Now Rome going to get kicked back. Gonna move through. Sandstormer's already set up though. Abadage is really out of cooldowns here. He does not have the tools to follow up on that one.
He doesn't need the tools, he's got the damage. There was no way that Gillies was gonna chase through that. That's also a level 12 Gangplank, level 13, kind of the big power point for him when he gets to pull out all his little barrel tricks and start grouping up in a 5v5. But for now, Mad Lions, they're in complete control of the map. They're exactly where they want to be. They're funneling gold into all of their power carries.
It's just so free. I mean, they now have the Spellbinder on Humanoid. That makes his ultimates ridiculous. Carzzy's going to be working on that Infinity Edge. On the other hand, like, Lee Sin, his prime has passed, right? Like, he peaked early, he peaked in high school, and now it's all downhill after that. The rest of his team is scaling up, but he can no longer make plays on his own.
Now, here's the thing. We are going to be setting up the big soon, but I didn't expect Schalke to fall apart after a single loss in the best class. I was like, that's fine. You can shake that one off. It's 1-1, good series. But after falling down 2 games, I think that's when you have to start to question when you lose momentum and how Schalke kind of shake that one off, especially losing from the blue side.
While there have been so many fantastic high moments in this series, there's also been a lot of blunders from both sides. I think that's really one of the story of both sides overforcing. Game 2, Schalke overforcing a bit. And when you're on match point, you cannot make mistakes like that. Falling behind in an early game situation where the opponent is 2-1 up on you is a death sentence if the enemy team is willing to play, well, quite frankly, as good as Mad are playing this game right now.
And we just haven't seen shots in this scenario, whereas Mad Lions, they've been losing all through the back of the split. They have gone through the gauntlet.
Wow, this is the only time that's been a positive. Mad Lions, they got so much experience.
They are way worse, and I feel like so much of this, I can't do this series looking at the primary and I feel like in the game for Mad Lions, it has been Kaiser leading the charge with the 2 falling at level 1, at level 2, and then moving around the map, escorting Shadow to get an advantage by taking Scuttle Traps and Chill. It has been such an advantage for Mad Lions. And when Schalke play these teams like Craft, I feel like if Dreams isn't the first one to the punch, it becomes hard to move.
Oh, this is big. The cleanse now coming out. Good force.
Yeah, obviously taking the cleanse away as Kaiser was fishing for the ultimate. Shout out to that ward that you can see right next to the little Logitech. Thank you, observers. That's what gave, is that Carzzy's first hit?
No, he's hit.
I'm sorry.
He's 3-0. Like, they arrowed in bot lane when they were getting all those kills.
Connected. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, connected.
Important to see.
New Ash has been a meme for a long time. I'll say,
what's cool about playoffs
Neon got the first Ash win of the split, and it was in week 8. I think it was against Mad Lions too.
Oh god, it's so sad. Well, Carzzy certainly paying him back double at this point, as this could be very well his second Ash win in a row in this series. And looking at it, 22 minutes into the game, 40 to 35. If they find a few picks here, they are going to be pretty comfortable to start the Baron, but Abadage will not go quietly. Not going to set up the tower. You have to push back onto Humanoid. Humanoid just walking around him, but now Shadow on the backside. This will be big. Humanoid, though, taken down right in time. Abadage has run for the hills. He's going to be sleeping. Gillia's trying to body block.
Get Odo!
Denying the follow-up, buying time for the mid lane. In the meantime, the rest of the team falling apart. The GP in the midst of everyone. Neon trying to get to the gun. The heals are coming through right on time. Schalke managed to find it. Mad Lions overforced, and Abadage finds his moment to bring the game back around. He's trying to do it, but no, Shadow on a killing spree will deny him. Neon now on the chase, so this is massive for Schalke. They need to keep the fight going. Neon chasing down Orome slowly but surely. Shadow now running. The movement speed is there. The side steps are there. The chilling smite is coming through, but it's too little. It's too late. Shadow will drop. Schalke doesn't look like they have the members for the Baron, but they'll take a massive fight in their favor.
What are you doing? That overforce from Mad was... What?
This has been a problem of Humanoids throughout this one. When he gets an advantage, he gets cocky, and that was overconfidence if I have ever seen it going on to Abadage. Now, credit where credit is due, Oda Wamne absolutely
smashed
rolled
the back
Mad
half.
Lions. he got a 3-man ultimate into a 2-man knockup off the Z. So watch this at the start because Humanoid's out here by himself. Abbedagge doesn't connect to the ultimate, but again, it does not matter because of this Ornn ulti from Odo. It is massive.
The 3-man knockup right there is overwhelming. It's just making sure that Mad Lions cannot clap with enough time. Another engage by Dreams.
To make it out, and Neon out as well. Dream's gonna go move forward. Abbedagge in the midst of everyone, but he has been locked up, but he's gonna get taken down. Carzzy showing up right when it matters most. The Ash throwing down so much damage as the Orion and Leona will grab the kills. And here comes Shadow. That's gonna be one sleepy Nautilus. That's gonna be one easy Baron, and just like that, the ball is back in Mad Lions' court.
Gilius, why are you on the Dragon? Your team needs you. That's a one-team fight. If Lee Sin is in the fray, if he's in the mix of things, they win that one. Lilia was not on the map, but Schalke did not have the advantage coming in. Him going to Dragon, yes, you get a Cloud Drake. Whoop-de frickin' do. Your team just lost the team fight and a Baron.
Shu is now on the other foot though. Mad Lions completely shake off the overforce up into the top lane. They turn towards the Baron, they pick up the team fight, and they are right back in this one with full momentum and speed ahead of them. That was a bit of a fiesta 2 minutes. We came out on top, but it's okay.
Me and Ender are reeling. Ender's personally furious as a jungler, and the good news, I will say, glass half full, Ender, don't hate. The Cloud Soul is not an option for Mad Lions. The Baron buff in the massive teamfight when
I think what I'm actually really curious about, because we came out of it directly into a replay, there must have been a good pick from Mad, and it wasn't, I'm going to assume, it wasn't Schalke starting out the fight, but being caught out of position. They were probably setting up for the Drake, and then Mad Lions saw their opportunity, but we came out right into the team.
I mean, from what I saw, both teams were sort of committing to the 4v4 in the mid lane, and clearly Gilius is thinking his team can win, and it was such a close fight. It really just would have been one player would have been the difference, and now Mad Lions have the momentum. Again, they don't care about getting the Cloud Soul right now. They are in the lead, but Schalke want to punish Humanoid.
It's gonna be big. Shockwave comes out. Arrow will connect onto Dreams.
Look at Kaiser.
Priority target, but he's so squishy. He has the proc after shock, and the Gargoyle Stone Plate comes out too little, too late. Kaiser now running in. He's gonna lock up Gilius. The ball will connect. Neon's gonna be sleepy. That's gonna be massive. Carzzy now running forward. He sees his prey. He sees his target. But they turn it just like that because Abbedagge shows up just in time. He steps back though. He can't afford the Shurima Shuffle. Will not come out. He's just trying to retreat for now. They're holding on. Mad Lions continuing to push forward.
The long-range engage is just devastating coming out of the Mad Lions. Carzzy on point with the arrow, followed up by Arome, and then the flank from Kaiser. They smash Schalke right outside of their base, and now the base is broken.
That Schalke have just kind of run out of steam a lot of their composition. You can see that they've lost control, or at least vision control, of a lot of their jungle, and so they're just getting flanked from super deep, getting caught trying to pick up these waves. And it's devastating when you get caught on a wave by the enemy team who has Baron.
Moving in, and Mad Lions continuing to pull ahead, and starting to look dire for Schalke. This has obviously been a very difficult game, and it could turn into a very difficult series if they find Mad Lions at match point, and no doubt fantastic performance from Mad Lions, but Schalke fans have to be sweating.
But that's the thing, though. The Mad Lions fans are like coming out of the woodwork. We have been waiting for this Mad Lions to again show up, and they looked lost in game number 1. Game number 2, Shadow gets his Lee Sin. Now game number 3, he's on to his Lilia, so showing that he does have another string to his bow if the Lee Sin is taken away from him, or if the Lilia is left open in this case, since Lee Sin was picked after, and we're finally seeing this breakout star European team fight for that last world spot.
It's crucial to give them some confidence because for the second half of the split, it was a bit of a downward spiral, but this is them punishing Schalke after they miss. Check it out. The arrow comes through. It's Katniss Everdeen right there, landing that one onto Dreams. And then the GP ult to slow down as Kaiser comes swinging in from behind. It is just a thing of beauty watching Mad Lions collapse and punish a Schalke that were 4 members in the bottom lane with Abbedagge stranded up topside.
This is dangerously close to just being game over. Now, the good news is Carzzy overstays his welcome just a bit, as does Shadow, which means it delays the play a bit. Abbedagge is able to hold on, able to stop them from pushing in for too much more, but at the end of the day, Mad Lions still dominating the fight, and with absolute control over the top side of the map right now. The map just continues to shrink now for Schalke No Fear, as they're holding on as best they can.
Yeah, look at the itemization across the board for Mad Lions. They're going to feel really confident to continue to fish with non-committal CC.
Good news, of course, the ornaments are now coming through. Rabadon's Witch Crown? What the? I can't keep up with the actual names. You've got Super
Rabadon's Death Crown. I got that one
Death
for you.
Crown. You got Super Yomu's. You got
Yomu's
Super
Wraith Blade.
Crown.
Yep, got that one too.
Oh my god, you can't remember
On fire.
Swirl Seed, but you can remember this.
Look, I have selective memory when it comes to League of Legends.
And it's fine, but the point is, Schalke are getting, I think, relatively much stronger. Obviously, all could be up at the same time as this Baron, and that'll be big.
That might actually be the best case scenario for Schalke in terms of if they want to have a fight that their composition kind of wants to take. It's unfortunate because they're also like a champion down with the Lee Sin, also level 13 to Lilia's level 15. But Mad's ability to just make instantaneous picks is pretty high.
Here we go. Potentially caught out. Eyes on the Ororame. That's going to be 4 members.
Gilius!
Massive. The shutdown as Gilius finally finds his angle on the backside. He's going to lead back into the rest of the team, but Karzi remains untouched. Now stepping forward, flashing over the wall, trying to get something done. Goes golden just in time, but that's just going to do it. There's no room for this Ash to maneuver. Shadow trying to turn this one back. He will take down Neon, but no. Schalke just moving through. The tanky members, the last one standing, but all eyes on Shadow. He does so much damage, and now it's the battle.
He's just running in circles around Odoamne. You gotta go, but there's nothing you can really do. Shadow waiting for it to tip.
The knockup, just moving.
Yeah.
Might not have a dash, but
The
he's
Riddle's gone. It's all over. Run him down, Shadow.
It's the mental game.
quick. The Swirl Seed, though, not coming through. Shadow.
He has no vision inside of the bush. So Odoamne could have been sitting there ready to W and then auto-attack him. Shadow is now sustained up. This is crazy. He's just gonna go back. He should have this Cloud Soul, no problem. Gilius is spawning up, but Odoamne, unless he commits a teleport in here, which actually wouldn't be the worst.
You want to play
with the home
too?
guards, you can run down
That'd be
Shadow.
fun.
See how fast Shadow's going. He's stacking up all this for now. Scryer's Bloom coming out. Shadow incredibly low.
That's a counter TP behind. That's Humanoid who has ultimate.
Let's go. Round 2. Ring the bell. Humanoid now running
Abadaga is
in.
going to teleport in too. Everyone's joining the fight.
Odoamne in the midst of everyone. He will not find a knock-up. He's now trying to retreat. Unstoppable use. Kaiser coming in, but Abadaga is going to be empty. Careful. The perfect CC here, and Abadaga is going to get shut down. No, he pushes
Gilius
him back.
has spike.
He's holding
Gilius has
on for now.
spike.
He wants to finish off Shadow, but he can't do it. Gilius now moving in. He's kept the dream alive. The rest of the team now needs to back off, though, because it's Arome on the backside. Schalke is going to get picked to pieces. In comes the Ash. Gilius trying to finish the kill desperately, but Shadow, he's just prancing around. He can't be stopped. The double kill coming through.
This is it.
A
It's
triple
over.
kill. Mad Lions will bring us to match point in a bloody brawl around the Cloud Soul.
The base is open. Neon doing his best to try and hold on, but the super minions are there. Mad Lions are 4 members strong inside of the base. It was a chaotic 60 seconds, but Mad Lions continue to come on top and are going to bring themselves to match point.
Finally fighting on their terms, on their footing, with their comfort picks. This is the Mad Lions that people have wanted to see for the entire back half of the split, and they are now looking at match point.
Mad Lions will not fall to the miracle run. They will keep their hopes and dreams for Worlds alive as they move up to match point versus Schalke, no fear.
Mad Lions are just 1 game away from qualifying for Worlds, from moving on in the LEC playoffs. Humanoid looking to get back there after a year, changing the team around and bringing in 4 rookie players to back him up. Mad Lions have constantly impressed throughout this year and are now looking to seal the recognition they deserve.
And this is the question on our minds, is that we've seen a Schalke that's been winning constantly nonstop. What happens when they hit a speed bump? Now in this case, what happens when they hit 2? Can they come back? Is this the team that has the fortitude to take us to a full 5 games, or do they crumble here in this match 4?
And it's so devastating for Schalke because they always get so close, and I just have so many questions. What form are they going to appear? They have another opportunity to get blue side. And after the break, Laura is joined by a special guest as Mad Lions are on match point.
Yeah, that would be the thing that I was supposed to read. Cool.
Nailed it, Frosk.
Good job, Frosk. What can't you do?
Throw a pen.
They're going to try to buy a bit more space, but he cannot connect. Now the rest of the team now coming in. Yankos, though, he's already used the grid. He's going to be very squishy, but they cannot quite kill him because an unbreakable comes in at the perfect time.
I think they kind of look a bit shook off after we beat them last final. It's like they felt like what they were doing just could never like work against us, and I think they just wanted to change it up and find a new way of playing that could actually beat us.
Submit still trying to get in. Golden Shadow, there's the charm. Submit dives into the back line.
And we always manage to find these like solutions to our problems that we always just make it work. So if the meta keeps on going like this way for us, it's perfect, honestly. I feel like it's just right for our players.
welcome back to the LEC studio. The Mad Lions are on match point, just one win away from Worlds 2020. This could be the end of the Schalke miracle run. It could be that all-wanted redemption for Mad Lions for the last weeks of the split, as they can secure that Worlds spot that they have been jonesing for. So let's get into these picks and bans, and as we do, Kate will talk to me about kind of your focuses. Which picks are we really looking at for both teams?
Well, Schalke took out the Akali last time. They've been handshaking on this Ashe Senna trade, but I really think that Ashe is winning out in most of these games. It has way more engage, way more ability to kind of swap around the map, start hitting the top tower, whereas Senna can't really do as much. The wave through on Ashe is really strong as well, so I think Ashe should become a big priority for Schalke here. It could be questionable whether it's a first pick and then just kind of target the Lydia or Akali. They've been targeting the Shen Hecarim all game, so they might go back to that, but we'll see.
I'm thinking about the Tahm Kench ban as well, because I think that if Mad don't ban Tahm Kench, then I can see a world where Schalke first pick the Ashe, and then they Mad Lions can't really pick Tahm Kench away because can't just blind Tahm Kench, and then Schalke can get a safe Ashe Tahm bot, and then they can actually continue to play towards top side. I think a lot of it just comes down to whether or not that support pick is actually taken off the board.
Yeah, I mean, standard bans coming out here. Lux, Thresh, that's what they've been normally banning. The Hecarim Shen, so you expect Mad Lions to last ban Caitlyn. They take out the Leona, so that could be a Nautilus first pick.
But Akali's also open. So I'm curious as to how that shifts the priority as well, because we already know that Mad Lions is more than happy to prioritize this. But now you're kind of hamstringed into banning away the Caitlyn, which means that the Tahm is open, and there's the Ashe pick that you're talking about.
Okay, so they want to shake hands on the Nautilus Tahm Kench, but I really like that they picked up the Ashe. Now, Mad could respond with Kalista, but it's not the best matchup. Ezreal's also open, but they could also go for the center themselves. They haven't been in this spot in the series yet, so it's interesting to see what they pick up on AD carry. And I would like to see them pick up the Orianna again, or even the Akali if you might want it.
The problem is, if they lock the Akali here, then the Tahm Kench comes out and they have the same problem that they had in game 1, which is that they can never actually kill the Ashe. So I think part of the reason as to why they left it open is because they were saying, we're more than happy to play into this. And if Mad Lions now lock in Tahm Kench, I think Schalke have options to be able to play around it, because they could just go for the Ashe Nautilus themselves. So I think this is pretty smart bans from Schalke, because you then limit the options, while also giving yourself a lot of options for the bot lane.
Yeah, and Gangplank's also up. We've seen that's been a little bit of here for Mad Lions, so they might look for a third pick that. You could also see the AD carry coming out here, so it depends if you want to go for the Senna. The other guy's going to take the Nautilus, so you should expect a Tahm Kench here from the side of Schalke. And I mentioned on mid, do you think it's going to be Tahm Kench for him again?
Probably, right? Surely, because like that's what they did in the game 1, and that's also what worked really well. Now it comes down to
Sylas is known as accounts to Akali. You can take it, but the Orianna is always safer. I mean, Schalke as a team, they love the scaling. They love the team fights, so I would much rather the Orianna come out here.
See what happens. Abadaga has been a strongholder for the team, and Orianna is no slouch.
And the good thing about the Nautilus is you don't have to go Senna. You could also go something like Kai'Sa Nautilus if you want really good engage. The Ezreal is semi-fine as well. And you could also go Kalista. So Kalista Nauts, you got Kai'Sa Nauts, you got the Senna as well. So 3 really strong picks beside a Matt here. You might even send a big Gangplank here and go 80 carry.
Yeah, my only concern with Kalista is I think that Ashe's slows, they typically do very well into Kalista's passive, right? So you jump in, you get that. And I think like Senna is more of what I expected. It does mean that Kai'Sa's more likely going to be on the carries this time around. And I wonder if Mad Lions will go for more of a 1-3-1 style comp. Not that they can't, like Camille is the immediate pick that I think of, right? So I would consider Mad. Maybe they leave the Sejuani open. Do you know if Shadow is much of a Sejuani player?
No, not at all. Big Sejuani, I think. I expect them to ban out something like the Sejuani Renekton like they did last time. I'd like to see Schalke respond with maybe like, the GP ban, so you want to say. That probably comes out, or something like the Camille. So it's probably going to be Shadow and Lee Sin again, I hope. I would really hope to see that, unless Schalke bans out. Because normally Sejuani counters Lee Sin, so the Sejuani ban was really useful for the Lee Sin blind pick. The only real counters, to be honest, are really set, but I don't think it is a big set ban.
And don't you think he would want to go for the Lee Sin, even though it didn't work out all the
well, I think that's the whole idea. I think if Mad Lions take it away, he's forced on something like a Rek'Sai maybe, which is not ideal against their comp. The Sejuani is down, the Ornn is down, so it all depends if Schalke want to take away the Renekton, or if they want to take away the Camille. Or
they might even do the Skarner for Schalke. If you're mad and you can Lee, like I understand early, but later on the Akali and you have stronger 5v5, I think, depending on what you round your draft out with.
Yeah, I think the Skarner doesn't really work. I think Graves is kind of a good pick if they pick Lee Sin as well. So they do ban out the Renekton. So I think Lee Sin Graves could be a trade-off there. There could also be a Lilia pick from the side of Mad Lions if they want.
Yeah, Lilia.
4 and 5. But obviously the double AP mid jungle is not really the best thing you want to go for here. So the Lee Sin could be good, the Graves could be good. But also picking Camille or something is really good because you've got the Renekton down. Goes up into Camille is more good.
Yeah, people wondering, of course, you say, well, we saw that every match with not as optimal.
An ally has been slain.
Alright, so they're going for the Lilia, it looks like. So Shadow on that champion once again. Of course, as Cable was talking about, you do have the double AP in mid jungle. It means that
has been slain.
I like this. I like this response.
Yeah, I agree. I think it gives you a lot of power, strong dive as well.
I mean, I would like to see a tank in the top lane now from the side of Auto. There's something like a they go for Lee Sin. I still think they need some front line on top. I think something like a Sion could work. The Lee Sin Lilia matchup, as far as I can see, Lilia is sort of favored. You can do these level 1 shenanigans where you invade, you can out-farm him. I think you get some good counter ganks off, like we saw in the G2 series on the Lilia into Lee Sin. You can't fall behind quite quickly as Lee Sin, but they're going to go for a triple threat comp, which is kind of new for Schalke.
Yeah.
They're going for a lot of damage here. They're going to look for TP flanks, they're going to look for kick flanks.
A lot of this, I feel, is just to shut down the Akali as well, because whenever that Akali tries to dive in, there's so much ground control that actually just makes Akali's life miserable, and I think we saw it with the Renekton Sejuani to make Akali's life miserable. I think the same thing happens again here.
Okay, well, we've got some change, and I think Schalke have been pushed. They've showed us something different. What do you think on the whole?
I like Mad Lions comp a bit more. They have the 1v1, they have winning sides, they have really good push over sides. They get the Senna ult for the globe forward side lanes. Lilia is a much higher tempo jungle than Lee Sin, unless the Lee Sin can get some early kills. But I like the whole Schalke's idea is try and get Lee Sin in with a kick here, try and kick the Senna in, try and get someone on the back line, maybe an Orianna ult on the Lee Sin for some kind of synergy there. And they have the Ash Hour for engage, so they have got a decent engage. The only thing Mad Lions lacks is that engage, unless Nautilus can get a good hook or Camille can get a good fight.
Yeah, I kind of prefer Schalke's comp, personally. I think that it's much easier for them to start fights because you then have the flank from Odoame or you have the Ash Arrow to start things off. I think Akali's going to have a really miserable time with exhaust on the Tahm Kench and the amount of crowd control that's going to come out from the cannon. I think the biggest determining factor is how much early game investment we see towards the top side of the map.
We'll see what happens. Mad Lions need to win just one more to find themselves at Worlds 2020, but Schalke are not out of it yet.
Alright, welcome to match point. Mad Lions and Cup finding themselves a spot at Worlds. As level 1, potentially close to that. They're not high. Participating for an all-out 5v5. I've all been watching everything else recently, so you shouldn't be surprised to see this one at level 1.
I think they're just going to place the wards on the roster camp and disengage.
Yeah, so what this does for Shadow, we just saw the Lee Sin Lilia matchup, which had some level 1 shenanigans going on, of course. But if Shadow wants to start on his top side jungle and go for the Raptors at level 1, Gilius, the very common path would then be to go his red buff into Mad Lion's blue buff. So by having this early vision, it will reveal what Gilius is trying to go for early on. Now, Schalke don't have any vision of their own jungle. That's why they're teaming up together to reclaim territory here, but it will be a trade of sides of map here between the two junglers.
Alright, for now, just a vision game, no immediate follow-up. But I think as we move on to match point, the stakes always continue to raise. It's already an elimination match, and now we're on an elimination game. And I think it's important that we look back kind of on Schalke, because people know the Miracle Run, but oftentimes they don't remember the rest of Schalke's history.
They don't remember that for the last 2 years, this team, this organization, has been within one best of 5 away from going to Worlds. In 2018, you see, they lost to G2 in the Gauntlet, in the final round. They also lost to Fnatic in the finals. Both of those series would have pushed them to Worlds, and just last year, the same thing happened. A 0-3 loss to Splice in the regional qualifier that would have pushed them that extra mile, and now they find themselves in that
Right on breath, however, Mad Lions have been in this exact position again, a single game away from Worlds against Rogue in Week 8, and then also against Schalke themselves when they had to go through Mad Lions when Mad Lions wanted to win. So yes, it looks like it's all uphill for Mad Lions, but they have been here so many times as this breakout squad, and can they finally take that last step and qualify themselves for the World Championship?
It's a big question. they'd be building on a long history of rookies making the LEC to Worlds run. You think back to Misfits in 2017, the Vitality of 2018, 2019. Admittedly, we took a little bit of a break, but now here in 2020, Humanoid, a roster rebuilt around him, taking all of these players with him to Worlds would be a monumental achievement. But it's not over till it's over. And for Schalke, and Death, their composition just feels more straightforward, more reliable, easier to pull off, and that's going to be a big deal in a do-or-die match.
Yeah, one of the big picks I was looking at coming out of draft is Odoamne's Kennen. This is a signature pick for him. It goes back a little while, but when their backs are against the wall, he's turning towards it. I think this champion does very well against Camille in the lane, has to look out for any sort of ganks because Camille's will set up very nicely for those. But his ultimate is going to be such a problem for the divers of a Camille, a Holly, the Lilia, all these picks need to be close and personal with you. And that Kennen ultimate will deal so much damage and set up the rest of his backline to pump it out too.
You almost only get to see this over best of fives, but there are like pocket picks for people, and then there are, forgive me for the word, but there are legacy picks for people. And Odoamne on his Kennen is one of them. And like you're saying, when your back is against the wall, when you need to be the performer, when you put your hand up in draft and say, give me this champion, coach, I can get it done. And Odoamne has had a great series. For all of Schalke's shortcomings, his Ornn almost hard carried the last game there. So I'm looking for the Smeb Kennen play here from Odo.
I do want to draw very quickly some attention to the early jungle pathing from Shadow, because it's very interesting. I want to go through what his actual clear was, because he started on his Raptor camp, very common on the Lily, went 1, 2, 3 into his Wolf camp, and by that point, his Raptor's already respawned. Now I'm going to be convinced Gillies, but Humanoid will step out here. What this does is it enabled Shadow to get the second clear of his Raptors super early into the game, then pivot down into that small will be a big deal for him.
Yeah, we'll be devoured here. He's going to take a lot of damage on the backside. Tom gets level 3 pretty hard to lock down. 3 stacks coming through, but he will not be able to find the devour. Now not available. Shadow not moving in, but he could walk face first into Gillies. So it'll be a big deal here. Conqueror available. Shadow going to be in trouble. He'll find his way out of this.
Now, while the camera was kind of panned up to what was happening between Gillies and Shadow, if you guys missed it, Neon did burn his flash because Kaiser threw out the Q, so there's no longer the flash on the Ashe there, and potential kill set up next time around.
It has to be so frustrating for Gilius, though, because he is the winning early game jungle matchup. He wants to fight, but his bot lane, consistently, multiple games in a row, is getting out in these 2v2 situations. So he jumps onto Shadow, hoping his team can follow him. His team is low HP, low mana. They must back away, so he has to go back to clearing the jungle. And now we are again in the position where it is Kaiser first back to base, first back onto the map, and has the option to look at these types of plays that have consistently given Mad Lions the edge in this series.
And you can already see Kaiser kind of rushing down, possibly to place that control ward into the Pixel Brush. Naturally, getting control over River is going to be super important, but like you were talking about, he's slipping in for this mid lane gank, walked over a ward that our observers have showed us. So Abbedagge smartly trying to pop side of his map before Kaiser is board, and is now walking back towards the
Good ward to spot him out. He's not even going to see the walk back to the potentially getting baited in as Abbedagge's playing very fearlessly. He has the jungler and his support beside him.
Month of time there. Everyone's just coming over there. It was a good response from Schalke. Schalke realized they need to get stuff done with the Lee Sin. So actually, from them coming immediately as they reset into the dragon. But hey, Mad Lions still should contest. Kennen has TP though, and the level 6.
Odoamne is even resetting for it.
Have to be careful here. Gillies going to grab that one. 2 more souls for Sen if she can move into the pit, but will not get the opportunity. Not running forward, a bit recklessly if I do say so, but Carzzy fearless on the approach here. They are going to be able to lock up Dreams. That's so much damage coming down. Dreams forced to flash out to safety. Gillies with the ward hop over the wall. That sucks. Losing 75 gold on the control ward as well.
Yeah, but some tempered aggression actually coming out of Schalke there. You know, the previous Schalke that we've seen this series probably would have tried to go for that play, but instead they smartly take the dragon, like you're saying, Lee Sin trying to make use of the fact that he is an early game jungle by forcing that play and then disengaging from it rather than overreaching their hand.
And we know that Odoamne has a huge voice for the team, so obviously his lane was getting frozen against him, so he wanted to TP up into the top lane. Also didn't have a great ward to move on to. While that was all happening, Shadow was able to actually walk in and steal away the Raptor camp. You'd love to see this on Lilia. If you're playing Lilia, this is exactly what you want to do to build up that advantage for yourself. And now, the even better part of this for Shadow is because his mid lane just got pressure, his bot lane has been consistently winning these 2v2s. He has control over the spelling crabs. He's snowballed himself into level 6 and upwards and onwards now with the swiftness boots as well. He will be able to go anywhere on the map.
And while he may suffer in combat stats, the big thing that you talk about with this champion is clear speed and how once you start getting ahead, you just honestly keep getting ahead, how quickly it multiplies. His jungle item is going to be clearing by light. Still a bit away though from that item. Getting closer and closer to level 6, however, and that means eyes on Gilius and the kick. It was not the most fantastic early game performance we've seen from Lucian. In fact, might go so far as to say it was a bit underwhelming, but eyes on him this game to see what he can do. He has a lot of setup CC in the bot lane and in the top lane to get fights kicked off.
Kaiser again with the early reset. You can see that Carzzy had the wave frozen. It's now slowly pushing away from him. It allowed his support to unlock himself. And the stat, or base stat boss in Nautilus, where he just slaps you with his base stats, is unlocked and moving around on this lane.
It's just, you love to see it coming through from Kaiser, and it's exactly what you need to get done. He's effectively acting as both the support and the jungler in this early game. Shadow just sprints around clearing his jungle. While Carzzy sat bottom lane, multiple waves, push that all the way in. He's now ticked to level 6, so that global ability will be able to impact a fight on the top side of the map, and is a lot more reliable than that half arrow streak. Chucking that across.
3 waves, solo experience, and a play. That is a big moment for center.
Oh, check this out. Humanoid's walking down bot side. They know that Tahm Kench up in the top side jungle, so Humanoid, they want to dive this one through.
And a dive with the ult there. It's going to feel really
Right
nice.
in the bush. He has heal, but no cleanse. Now he's going to get locked up. Humanoid keeps waiting, though.
There's no minions, so the minions aren't going tower. I go, now they're here, and Humanoid wants to go.
Oh, he can just push his buttons. Just run him down. It's going to be a montage moment. Neon trying to sidestep, but there's just not enough left. Humanoid now running to the tower side. Oh! Oh, no, that's bad.
That one's not going into the montage.
No, we'll leave that one out. I think, so Humanoid was holding on for a really long time. I think he wanted Carzzy to pick up turret aggro because he knew he was going to take a bunch of damage, but had the option to try and drop that with Flash, I do feel like. So it will be a 1-1 trade, and all the CS losses over on that.
Yeah, and obviously on the other side, that means Herald time there for Gilius. It's also a lot of free time for Orianna in this mid lane. You guys can use the eye test here, decide kind of what you really think about this dive.
Yeah, so Humanoid pulled away so that the minions would get in. Carzzy picks up the turret aggro twice, and Humanoid's not hitting. So that's actually really Humanoid dropping the ball there. I think he might have been walking backwards to proc the passive and get that little extra bit of damage, but he wanted to get the ultimate on that one.
Goes down, Dream simply another name on the list. Shadow is merciless here on the bottom side. That's the double kill for the Lilia.
That was clean. I know like Shadow picks up the double kill, but that was clean from Kaiser. He just like threaded the hook right before the minion wave crash, snagged out Neon and Dreams, and set that completely up. Meanwhile, again though, Gilius has Herald. They're still getting plates for Odo, and Odo's like, please stop griefing bot lane.
Please, I'm just holding on over here. Bot lane doing good for Arome though. Who's just gonna play carefully around this one.
Okay, here we go.
Swirl Seed, here comes Bambi.
Is that actually gonna land you? You've got to begin. You've got.
Okay, observers.
Holy, my heart.
Rome looks
Here's Humanoid.
Gilius, the kick. Gilius is gonna 1-for-1, but then Humanoid shows up. What?
This game is a mess, and it is Mad Lions that are cleaning it up.
Yeah, it's certainly looking good. Abbedagge may want to get something back here, but this champion not a whole ton of agency unless Humanoid just opts to stick around.
But there's
1v1.
no ult on Akali, so that's why he's going to feel really confident.
Your turret has been
I think you
destroyed.
just safely wait there. Just want to walk it out.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to try to get this.
Yeah, there's no, Akali's not going to be flipping around a lot here.
Okay. All right. Okay, should we do that thing where we take stock of everything that happened? Because I'm at a little bit of a loss. This has been absolute chaos, and it feels like we're once again in a situation where Schalke are just falling incredibly far behind in the early.
Yeah, again, you have this Lee Sin pick that needs to make plays pay off, but Kaiser's been too active on the Nautilus, and here it's even Humanoid roaming up towards the top lane, so we'll see. Arome knows that Humanoid is on the prowl, that's why he's
But also, Abbedagge knew that Humanoid was rotating out as well. Schalke had a whole vision. He like watched Akali walk in front of them, and they still try to push the play.
Honestly,
this is freaks of desperation.
But also very good from Arome. I have to give credit where credit's due, although good from Gilius as well, as now Shadow, well, dancing around him.
I am sorry, God. How could I ever doubt you?
Dream's going forward for the aggressive. He's done playing the defensive support, but now the big damage is coming in. The shield as well. Neon's going to be in trouble. Shadow on the backside. Dreams continuing to step forward, continuing to bully, but Arome walks in, taps him down with the blade legs, and Mad Lion ahead.
Oh, it's still such a mess. We're starting to see the cracks in the armor here.
It's Mad Lions are continually coming out on top of these fights, and the kills are going exactly where they need them. That's the most devastating part for Schalke, is that you now have 2 kills on a Camille, 3 on a Lily, and then 2 on an Akali. These are the champions that will push the tempo in the mid game. They will constantly search for fights and win every 1v1, 2v2 on the map.
It also means that playing side lane, like, that is over for Schalke. You do not get to play the side lane anymore. So there's so many Mad Lions, as you're talking about in that mid game, for them to just split up the map, divide and conquer how they see fit.
Obviously, Schalke are doing a good job. They've got 2 Drakes back, they've got a tower, the gold isn't completely falling away from them, but I think you said it, but I mean, the gold is exactly where Mad need it to be right now, and Shadow is truly terrifying. We continue to talk about how quickly her jungle clear speed ramps up. She's at that point. She's got Runic Echoes, she's got Swifties, she's stacking that passive, she's moving around the map, and this is a champion who's going to get Leandry's way ahead of schedule. He's going to do so much damage in the coming fights, and I guess it's on Gilius to turn this one back as a Rome should get caught out, but just difficult times for Schalke.
It's the fact that with Shadow and how quick he is moving around this map, and setting up his
Wall dive is going to get interrupted. Kicked out of it. The Humanoids here in the meantime, sadly a little bit too little too late. 5 members of Schalke though on the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, Neon's going to be left uncontested, and the rest of Mad Lions get to run into mid.
Humanoids still, I think, trying to lead the way here. The rest of the team could look to turn on to it.
That's the recall. Stopping.
I mean, Oduamne has ultimate. I don't know what Humanoid is doing.
He's denying them so much. Look at Senna.
Yeah. He's getting pulled back. The rest of the team just going to use the ultimates. They're going to clean up, and no one else is pushing in the mid lane. Humanoid's going to flash out. What? Running. How long on the circuit? How long on the circuit? No, he does. The sidestep. He moves back. The Kaiser's not coming in. He can step forward to body block. He's taking his time. He's walking out. Are you kidding me? Humanoid, no. One more auto. Dashing out, but not going to be enough. That's the shutdown on Akali. I will ask again, what is happening?
Literally broke their ankles. Now the thing is while Humanoid makes the massive outplay in dodgeball, the Observer's showing it right there. Carzzy got so much time up into the top lane to just do whatever the hell he wanted. Like, Schalke, they forced the play on bot side. Yeah, they pick up a kill, but they wasted so much time playing around with this Akali.
Yeah, I mean, Carzzy, I actually just want to check out the gold after this replay because it feels like Mad Lions are getting it everywhere they need. And this is an unfortunate dive because I feel like Oduamne had the opportunity to commit on Humanoid with his ultimate. If he pops his ultimate right there, because Arome was dead right off the bat, I think Schalke could have instantly turned on Humanoid, at the very least got his flash, and then he wouldn't have been so bold as trying to cancel the recall. But that's exactly what he's trying to do, is he's trying to interrupt the recall so that Carzzy can continue that push uninterrupted in the top lane. So much time in the Shroud running away. Schalke don't expect him to go left.
They thought he went to the brush.
It's a disaster. Then the Q doesn't connect. Gilius tosses that right at the same time. I think Humanoid was channeling Z, so Odo does pick him up at the end, but so much time, 20 seconds plus, spent running him down, while Asena, who's not a fast turret pusher by any means, is able to come chug, knock down the turret.
The old brushy. Civ HD alive and well from Season 3 now to 2020.
That gold is not good in the bot lane.
No, Ender, it is absolutely not. Volume is far behind us. I don't think I've seen Asena ahead of an Ashe yet this series. This is the first time it's actually happened. Usually it's Ashe and we're talking about, ooh, she's got Blade of the Rune King, it's way ahead of schedule, you're using the pressure, and now it's going to be very difficult.
Now, all credit to Carzzy obviously plays now both sides of this matchup and has won it, but I'm gonna say probably Kaiser. Probably a bit more to do with the support matchup rather than just the Senna versus Ashe there. So Carzzy's gonna get all of the praise here. He's very far ahead, but I'm really feeling this Kaiser.
Schalke faithful, we've said, ever since they started going on their win streak, they could carry through any lane. They had so much flexibility. This game, it is Oduamne. We just saw he has a massive advantage. He is so pivotal in his lane and in the team fights. If there's any player to rest all hope on, that Schalke can push into a game 5, it will be his Kennen.
And this is the strength that AD talked about.
Look at Humanoid on the flank. Oh boy.
Gonna be massive.
This is the fight.
Charge.
Kaiser's gonna engage.
Odo is level 11.
As long as he's gonna have a very hard time going in, unless Shadow can find the sleep.
Look at the sleep
is there. The rest of the team now following. It's beautiful. All Dreams is gonna try to find the shutdown. Arome in the back line. The doggy doing decent. Oduamne in the backside in the meantime fighting Shadow, but he will go down. Mad Lions cleaning up in the team fight. Arome running for the hills, and he's still alive. Mad Lions out execute Schalke are not strong enough to survive the onslaught, and Mad will turn to the dragon.
There are just too many threats from the Mad Lions. Odo does his best to finish off Karzi, but there's still Orome. Oh, Abadage shows up and takes down the Camille, but still it is just one kill. Well, Mad Lions get up three.
Yeah, all of the early game plays have paid off for Mad Lions right there in a very scrappy team fight. Like you're saying, too many threats, too much of the pivotal gold have gone into the right hand, and now Schalke are just trying to hang on.
Oh no, that is one fast little fawn. Shadow running down, swirl seed will not connect. Kaiser goes right into the wall, maybe not the ideal target, but now here comes Humanoid. Dreams running for his life. Humanoid extra movement speed in the trap and has to get his way out of this one. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. The stun comes through, and that's going to do it. Odo will finish him off.
Odo is the true hero here. Like, yes, killing the Senna in that last fight wasn't necessarily the key target that you want. You're still looking for that big 5-man ultimate, but picking up the kill on Akali there, the teleport running back in, this little cannon is trying so hard to hold this back together.
Oh, he's one of the most better members of the team. He's not having it. Oh, Shadow just runs just
teleport.
Oh no.
Odo Wamne, no, you bit off more than you can chew. He's buying time for the ultimate. He's got a little bit of time here. It's counting down, ticking away. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, left-hand corner of your screen. Slowly but surely, Odo Wamne waiting on the ultimate, waiting to dash out of this one. Dreams can save. Hook shot, wall dive, the dash.
What did you
heard about?
He's out!
I can't believe it.
No Senna ultimate. There's going to be no snipe here. And saving Private Odo Wamne, he gets out.
Dreams is the greatest wingman of all time.
He shows up to the bar, he's like, listen, this guy's got a yacht, he's got a Porsche, he just saved some orphans, their name are Schalke.
Oh man.
I left the key on the table. All right, here we go, let's watch this fight again, because this is a one fight for the Mad Lions, and I think it is Shadow showing up. I think it's a Q flash into the double sleep here. He has both Neon and Ondogging, the two best targets you can possibly get. Dreams does a good job of keeping Neon alive. And then it's just the backline. It's 3 damage dealers diving in towards Schalke. That's too much to deal with. And Humanoid's damage is ridiculous.
And as good as this fight looks, it's important to know as we go further what happens here. Abadage gets the stop play before the game takes follow. They both go down to the third.
Twice.
I'll give him that.
Okay. What does it mean? Who's got summoner spells?
Well, there's a lot of flashes.
Neon and Karzi and Humanoid. That's it.
Abadage doesn't, though.
It's true.
Helios does. That's important. Odo Wamne doesn't. Also important. Okay, so it's going to be much harder for Odo Wamne to actually find a flank here because he doesn't have TP, he doesn't have flash. So I actually think that Schalke needs to sit tight a little bit, unless they can snipe out with an ash arrow and kind of wait for this big pivotal summon throw.
I mean, Schalke are moving away from potential Mountain Soul, which would be huge for them. This series. Will the sleep come in? It does, and Aroma, they don't know he's here.
Triple sleep, massive ulti across the entire time, but no, still Odo Wamne doing so much damage, still trying to find a way out. Are you kidding me? The cannon ult will turn the engagement. Now Humanoid wants to play cleanup. This is going to be easy for him. Running him down slowly but surely. 1, 2, looking for a little bit more. Gilius simply next on the list. That's going to be the double. No! Not like this. The triple. Abadage wants to turn it, but it's not going to happen. Hats off from the pain through the ace from that.
Perfect setup there, right into a Baron. That might be the nail in the coffin. That might be the end of Schalke right there. By their own forcing the top lane to fall perfectly into Mad Lions.
He was dead even. Schalke had just come out after losing the fight and clawed back. They had control over the Dumbledores. Arome sitting in that bush, not revealing himself, and then Shadow setting up that genius sleep onto 3 members. That right there, that ball does it all. It's just massive followed up with the rest of the team.
Sniped out, then the follow-up damage from the Senna. At this point, Abadage is trying to race towards his team, and Humanoid gets there first with the teleport.
And the thing here that we see is that the cannon ult, yes, it buys a little bit of space for Schalke, but when the cannon ult isn't killing Humanoid, Humanoid gets to run rampant across this entire fight. He is too mobile, he does too much damage, he is too hard to deal with when that cannon ult is not there for Schalke.
Now, naturally, the game might not end, and I don't expect it to with Mad Lions getting this Baron. They still have a lot of towers to push through, but it should mean that there's no Mountain Soul for Schalke here. You can use the Baron priority and the danger that if you do wipe a team fight, that it's extra punishing, but Mad setting up for a flank.
I mean, Humanoid just went Rabadons straight after Gunblade. He is feeling himself. He wants to fight.
And you have 2 stopwatches on Bambi and Akali there. Those will be pivotal in the next team fight if Schalke do decide that they want to try their luck and contest this Drake.
On the other side of things, Odo Wamne's flash has returned for the Ken. He once again has some kill threat on the back line, but I do feel like maybe diving isn't the answer. You know Mad Lions with, 4 melee champions are going to be coming into you. They have to get close and personal for that.
Sleepy Cannon, goal there from Shadow with the ultimate is to bait out Odoamne's ultimate. That trade massively profitable for the Mad Lions. Seeds continue to find their targets as Neon takes a decent amount of poke damage there. Humanoid setting up on the flank.
Wow.
Okay, Odo should have to reset his position here. He does now have teleport back up, so now Schalke could look for a TP flank, and they do have some key wards to try to set up.
Yeah, there's the control ward you can see down in the river, or right inside the Tri-Brush right there that he could look for. I will say, Mad Lions, I love how they've played this siege with the Baron. They had 3 members in mid lane, while Arome split bot lane, and Humanoid, with this item spike on the Akali, was just sitting inside the jungle, making it so that Odoamne could not take the quick path into bottom lane. He would have to go for the full reset, and he didn't really commit to that early on, so Mad Lions take everything.
And then there's the handshake there. You can see that Abadage is up into the top lane pushing. It feels like Schalke are not going to throw away their potential Worlds ticket on this dragon fight. It does deny them soul, and instead they will live to fight another day. They will get another chance at a 5v5 here, while our breakout stars are still running away with this game.
Fantastic performance so far in this game from Mad Lions. Have to close it out strong though. But for Humanoid, 6-3-3. And you think about this, we always talk about Mad Lions as this rookie, this young roster. They're having fun, they're good friends, they're having a good time. But you have to remember, Humanoid came off of a Worlds one. While yes, Splice did pretty well, we were dropping Humanoid dies references left and right. Like, it came from somewhere. So to show up like this in a Worlds qualifying best of 5, when you are the veteran member of your lineup, is massive.
And to make full use on the Akali first picks that they've had over the course of this series, and then running the Akali back, Humanoid, I mean, hats off to him. I think Medic said it best. This was the Humanoid that everyone wanted to see, that had all of the hype when he first entered. And then it was kind of a wash. Nemesis really took the spotlight away from him, but Humanoid has rightfully ripped it back and is looking to make back-to-back appearances at Worlds.
And Humanoid is a special player when he gets ahead, because he plays really, really aggressively. So this is a game where he will be looking to get into the back line, ruin Neon's day. I mean, this bot lane for Schalke been having a terrible time up against Karzi and Kaiser in this final match. And now Mad Lions, with full control over the map, look to confine Schalke to their base.
And again, checking out on itemization, those 2 stopwatches on I want to say Bambi. Lilia and Akali has still not been burned yet, and that's crucial because Odo now also has Stopwatch, Protobelt, and Void Staff. He's going to feel very confident to look for these engages as the cannon, and those 2 stopwatches can turn everything around.
Both teams squaring up here around the tower. Important to note, though, Mad Lions comp, as good as it is at going in, it doesn't always have to commit. It's got the snare from the Senna, as well as the Swirl Seed from Shadow, so they can just keep fishing for picks, trying to find a weakness in the Schalke lineup, where Schalke on the opposite side need to be ready to go if they use that Ash Arrow.
At this point in the game, Schalke need to get control over their top and mid waves. They need to get priority back so they can walk safely into top river together, clear out the wards, which is what you're seeing Abadage, Dreams, and Gilius do on your screen right now, and they need to start setting up flanking wards and wards for Odos to start using to either make choices of teleporting or finding access into backlines.
Yeah, because right now, we already mentioned the control ward that's set up for a potential dragon fight, but a dragon fight would be in 3 minutes. We're a minute and a half away from the Baron buff spawning, and Mad Lions, with the control they've had over the map, can set up around there. You can see Schalke's first foray into their jungle, they could only get very shallow vision, so they don't have those flank wards or even really wards over the Baron itself.
Now, the advantage that Mad Lions have, though, with their composition is that they don't have to play the 5v5. They can continue to play side lanes with this Camille and with this Akali, and with the speed of Lilia kind of swinging out to side lanes, that Schalke may never get their 5v5 that they want if Mad Lions choose that that's just not the fight they want to take.
Absolutely the case. Of course, Odoamne finishing the Zanyas does make the Schalke 5v5 stronger, but as you look at the gold chart, important to note, the 3 members right now on the Mad Lions that are so far ahead. Odoamne really the only one above 10k gold on the Schalke lineup. Brutal at this point in the game, but important to note that if Mad Lions win a fight around the Baron, it is the Baron into the immediate Mountain Drake. So hard for Schalke to come back from that one, and after that point, very, very difficult to come back, because Akali getting tankier, Camille getting tankier is not something you want to deal with.
It's the fact that there's so much burst damage that comes out of Schalke when they execute on an Orianna Shockwave and a Kennen ultimate, that Mountain Soul is actually a pretty big deal because it can deny a lot of that.
I mean, just the shield alone, right, is going to make a Kennen ultimate feel pretty weak there. And Schalke, I feel like in order to win a fight, they need to be comboing Kennen plus Orianna. It's not about killing Carzzy. I actually don't think Carzzy is super relevant.
It's about killing Humanoid.
It's about killing Humanoid and peeling for your backline. Because even though Neon is 1 in 5, if he's able to stay alive, that gives so much more damage towards the rest of Schalke. They need the CC and the DPS to be coming through onto the divers of Humanoid, Shadow, and Arome.
Continuing just to be slow, steady game. Mad Lions not risking anything here. They can spell the victory. They know they're close.
Odoamne's resetting, and they've been pinging some wards out. I think it just died. A blue ping went onto a ward that was just outside of Baron, and now Odo resets, walks off of spawn. So perhaps a window missed there as Baron is now up. Mountain in 45, still soul point for Schalke.
Great news for Schalke is they have really excellent scouting tools. You can see the Hawk Shot just gets tossed out there. They've got double blue trinkets. Albadage just popped his. He can even use the Orianna Ball to check over walls, check into brush very quickly. So even without perfect vision inside of the Baron Pit, they know that Mad Lions are not going to be on it, and the penultimate fight perhaps may end up coming around that Drake in the bot side, but I don't think they go for that unless Abadagi is able to finish off his Rabadons before then, because that's such a big spike.
And also just the good news for Schalke is the way that they built their composition makes it very difficult for Mad to start a Baron in a straight up 5v5, even if Schalke have to check into Fog of War because of how punishing that team can be if you stick multiple members into the pit.
It looks like Schalke are going to go ahead and give this one away again. I do want to also point out the level discrepancy.
Oh, no.
Hold it, Neon.
Finding Neon. Tom Kench coming in, and it looks like it will work out for him. The knockup's now coming through. Humanoid now dashing, though. Looks like he's just going to find Dreams, but it's Odoamne in the midst of the entire team. Still has a stopwatch of his own. Trying to buy a bit more time, trying to dash away, but he's sleepy. Oh, that's going to be disaster. Double kill coming in for Shadow. Shadow more than happy to clean up, but they're so incredibly low. Gilius, this is your time to shine, but no, it's Abadage coming through, finding one. Can he find two? Perfect use of the Seraphs now pulling out Shadow. Watch out, Eve. Watch out, Shadow. Gilius coming in, looking to turn it back, but Arome coming in just in time. Shadow moving, dancing, not nearly enough, but the shutdown, the base open, the double kill for Arome. Kaiser moving in.
That may just be it. We're still so far away, 15 seconds before Dreams comes back onto the map. Mad Lions certainly going to be able to knock down the inhibitor. Pushing so hard right there. Neon caught out of position in the mid lane. The rest of his team dove in to try and protect him, and it was so close, but it wasn't enough.
And we heard the interview from Neon, the fact that he wanted to prove himself as one of the top-tier ADCs in a region that was stacked and just gets caught out by Humanoid. And at this point, you could see Odo. He's like, I want to save this guy, but we can't really afford to go all in here. Everyone gets caught out trying to save Neon. It's an absolute disaster. And then just a hero performance from Abadage and Gilius on the back half to try to pull this one away from defeat.
I mean, Abadage's Shockwave there almost instantly deletes both Humanoid and Carzzy, ends up getting them, and then barely unable to finish off Shadow. The Zonias does wonders to buy time for Arome to get into that fight, and it will just be the inhibitor at the end of the day. So Schalke will lick their wounds off of that because that was terrible getting caught out into the mid lane. Almost cost them their entire year.
Absolutely did. But you highlighted Abadage, and we have to highlight him again. Level 16, 4.5k damage in that last team fight. The death cap now finished. Oh, trying to find the pick, though. He's now burned that major cooldown. This could be a tough fight for Schalke if they keep this one going. Odoamne, where is he?
Humanoid flanked!
He's now TPing in. Swirl Seed will go in. It's caught out Abadage. Abadage gonna be in trouble as Humanoid now leaps forward. Arome in the backside as well. That's gonna be it. 2 carries down. That's gotta do it. Mad Lions wiping the floor with Schalke. Odoamne desperate, but he's only used his ultimate onto Kaiser. That's not what he needs. That's it. That's the double kill. The GG heart to come out. Mad Lions pushing into end.
The team fight in the mid lane, the flank from behind. Mad Lions prove they deserve to go to Worlds. They're gonna knock out Schalke right at the finish.
And the most important thing about being a top team in Europe is being clutch. And on the day, in the best of 5, Mad Lions were clutch.
There is no room for the miracle run any longer. The Mad Lions are here. They've proven themselves to Europe, and now they can prove themselves to the world.
The only question left is what is going to be the Mad Lions victory celebration.
Hold the camera. They're gonna need a minute.
This is a lot of setup time.
They spent a lot of time prepping for the series, not prepping for the post game. Here we have it. King Kaiser.
It's Emperor Kaiser.
I see.
Is he the Lion King?
Oh, yes,
he's
yes.
a James Bond villain.
My servants, please bring me my crown.
Ah, yes.
Oh, Carzzy's so sad. Yes.
Oh, no. Oh, they've got another one from Excellent. Honestly, Kaiser deserves it. He smashed that series absolutely on point with his roams. Arome, he's just a top laner.
He doesn't know how long he has to sit there.
Look, that's all you can do.
Now, on the other side of that, though, we have one miracle story come true, and we have another one that ends today. You can see it written on the players' faces, so close. And again, at the very last hurdle, Schalke trip, and I know it's gonna sting. It will not feel good. But Schalke, please believe me, in a week now, when you could finally get over it, like, you had so much momentum. Everyone loves you right now. It won't take away the bitter taste, but you were so good.
The miracle run was a miracle run when they made playoffs. It was a miracle run when they 3-0'd in the first round, and it's still a miracle run even if they lost here. It was an incredible finish to the season for Schalke 04, no doubt. But back to the Mad Lions, you need to pick a key player of the series. At LEC on Twitter, Shadow, Humanoid, and Kaiser are your options. I mean, you saw one man crowned, so I think the Mad Lions have picked for themselves. You could go against them, but ooh, do you see what happened to teams that go against them? That was rough.
That was rough. I mean, Shadow's Lilia, redemption for him, absolutely smurfing. Kaiser had an insane performance, and I've got to say it, KDA's Akali is the baddest. Humanoid's Akali, the best.
Damn. Sadly, I'm going to have to talk for another second because we're not ready for the toss yet, but that would have been baller as hell. Never mind, coming up next, pretend it was baller as hell because we're hearing from Shadow before Carzzy joins us in PGL. Don't
like
go
Lilia
anywhere.
balls, throwing them out.
No,
yeah.
no.
2 balls.
No.
Orange.
Thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
Just like a razor, murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, call out to the rock. 유행 선두자, 원하지, 난 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 달리 you don't go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게. I'm doing damage when just
Welcome back to the LEC after Mad Lions versus Schalke 04, and as you can see right now, Mad Lions won, and with that, they get their tickets to go to Worlds, and I have Shadow with me to talk about this series as a whole. Thank you very much for joining me, and congrats on today. That was huge.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, I want to talk about the celebration first, because you had a complex setup here. So first, who came up with it, and is there a story behind this? Explain to me.
I think it was just us thinking about celebration, and we thought that, I mean, we were planning to do it on the last week of the regular split when we won against Rogue, but we lost, so we postponed it to when we actually won a series, which was this today. So it was like 2 or 3 weeks already. We thought that we were gonna be first place, so like Kings, right? King of LEC, but yeah, came a bit late, but I mean, I'm happy that we get to Worlds, yeah.
While we're looking at the images again, I'm sorry, I just froze here, but I just love all the setup with the tiny crown and the crown per Kaiser. Oh, that's so wholesome. Yeah, congrats on all of you guys for being so creative every time. It's a pleasure to see. But I mean, talking about this morning, I talked with Mac before the series about the perspective and the mindset of all the players, but I want to know, waking up this morning and knowing that this would be your last attempt at taking a shot at Worlds, how did you feel?
For me, at least, I was feeling very nervous because we messed out a lot of chances to make it to Worlds, and this was our last chance. So I came in the series very nervous, and in the first game, I think I choked a little bit. But as the series went on, I think I relaxed a bit more and play as my standard. Yeah.
You say you choke here, but still, I mean, throughout the series, the community feels like you've been the best performing player as you got player of the series here, Shadow. So tell me about your performance, and also, how strong is Bambi? I mean, Lilia, but Bambi also.
I think, I mean, the first game, well, yeah, it didn't go really well, but I think when I went to my comfort zone with Lilia and Lysine, I think I was able to relax myself and to play, I mean, as my standards. And yeah, I think Lilia is a bit broken in the right hands.
It's an interesting champion, let's say, a very fast one. But I mean, to follow up on what you were saying earlier about Mad Lions, I feel like it hasn't been the easiest road for you guys. Do you feel like you're in your strongest form right now to face the rest of playoffs?
I feel like we're getting better and better every day since the playoffs went on, and I think we're gonna be contenders for the LEC in the after the win against Rogue. Yeah.
After the win against Rogue, okay. So I had to ask about Rogue as you will be facing them against on Sunday. So I take that will be a win for you guys. Thank you for that. But yeah, projecting ourselves onto Worlds now. What is the first thing that comes to mind when you know that you will be facing the top teams in the few weeks in China?
I feel I'm just excited to play against the best players in the world and show the world that us Mad Lions can be every team in the world.
Yeah,
be the best.
I'm so looking forward to this, and you will make us proud, I'm sure of that. But Shadow, thank you very much for the interview, and congrats again on winning today against Schalke 04. And we're gonna take a short break, and we'll come back in a few minutes with PGL, Shox, and Shox's amazing pants, and Carzzy. See you guys.
So let's make sure we find it and in the right way.
I think Honori also needs a lot of credit too. He had some great games as well, busting out the Evelyn and drawing some bans like with his Gragas. And even this game, there was one of those replays where the LeBlanc W'd in and he was able to pull his set E at the same time and use the Dragon to stun her, which set up some more kills for his team. So everyone at different points for C9 were able to step up over the course of the series.
Right, we've talked about him a ton. Let's talk about him a little bit more. Looking at today's player of the series, the desk and the casters delivered an absolutely unanimous decision. It goes to Palafox in the mid lane. Lucian Games, Akali Games. Woo! Palafaka.
Wow, 230+ CSD leads at 15 back-to-back. That's absolutely...
And then gets counterpicked and still has positive CS difference at 15.
Very solid performance out of him. A slight dip in that game 4, but still did everything he needed to do to get it done and even had some of the game-winning plays while the stats might not look as pretty.
That was the thing, like that last game, he's the reason why they kind of were still in it, because bot lane was falling behind and he had that advantage based off that level 2 or level 3 trade. That really made it difficult for the
If you're dipping down from plus 30 CS to still plus 10 CS, that's a great way to turn out, really. I'm still ahead.
Bad game. That's a bad game. All right, Mark, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm super excited to see where his career goes from here, because I remember, you know, Scouting Grounds 2 or 3 years ago, I think it was, when he was like the most unknown player for a lot of people. No one really knew much about him, and now his trajectory has been great to follow.
He was on our list at the top today of players that will be looked at in the offseason for starting LCS spots. With our Academy World Champions crowned, though, the next week is chock full of LCS playoffs. Make sure to tune in tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Pacific for the showdown between TSM and defending champs Cloud9 as they fight for their spot in finals and the world stage. On Sunday, though, we'll be closing out our weekend with an absolute banger of a match between FlyQuest and Team Liquid. First, let's talk TSM Cloud9, though, because there's a world spot on the line, and only one of the biggest doors in North America is going to get it.
Oh, boy.
Who actually thinks TSM's got this one?
TSM XD.
Yeah, TSM
my
does.
hands are well off screen. My hands are down here.
Right.
I'm not raising my hand for voting for TSM.
Mark, get your hands down. Don't worry about it.
We saw the shakeup in the rosters for TSM. Coming back in against Golden Guardians. They had a tough reverse sweep against Golden Guardians to pull it off, but we still think that Cloud9, after suffering a defeat at the hands of FlyQuest, is going to come back and bring it.
I think Cloud9 have it. I applaud TSM for the mental resilience it took. Everyone I asked thought it was going to be a 3-0 for Golden Guardians after it went 2-0 up.
Yeah.
But my God, they did it. The 3-0 reverse sweep. They've got to be on such a big momentum swing from that. Like, the dopamine hit is just so crazy for them. If I was them, I'm riding this series and feeling pretty good.
You're kind of selling something.
You want to play too?
I said C9 would still win, but TSM have got to be feeling good.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
How many games?
It's a lot closer than like a 3-0. I'm not in the 3-0 camp for C9.
All right.
TSM will find some. You know, there'll be a game where Broken Blade, Spica, and Erickson and Double, if everyone's playing well, and they'll be able to take one or two. So I'm thinking more in the 3-1 C9 camp. But
okay.
I'm giving it 3-0. I think
look at you.
The build-up that C9 has showed throughout the playoffs, I think a lot of the comps are right back to what made them successful to begin with, because they were such a good early game team, and so giving themselves more CC elements like Thresh or like just basically champions that allowed Blabber to do what he wanted to do is really what made them strong, because they were strong decision makers when they have the ability to play through that, and so like I think that they learned that.
That matchup comes tomorrow, followed by TSM, or not TSM, Team Liquid rather, versus the day after. Both of those teams have already locked up their world spot, but want to move on to finals to take that LCS title. After a dominant regular season performance, though, and a strong run through playoffs here, Cloud9 Academy are once again our Academy World Champions. So congratulations to the players, the coach, and staff.
Yes, sir!
I mean, what an accomplishment. And this organization does it time and time again in Academy. Even when their split doesn't start off on the right foot like it did here in summer, they pull it together, they invest in their talent, and they somehow find a way to make things interesting in the postseason.
well, even if they're not winning the split too, they're just getting really close to winning the split. They're always near the top of
Is
the
that
academy.
confetti over there? Sorry, Raz. What are you doing over there?
I tried to throw toilet paper over to the couch, and it just did not work, my friend. Get stronger toilet paper. Get the name brands.
I'm sorry to have cut you off there, Lorm, because you were making
No,
an
I
actually
saw it
valid
too.
and important point.
I finished what I was saying.
All right.
Yeah, 4 out of 6 appearances for the C9 organization with pretty different rosters in terms of Academy finals. That's a pretty impressive turnout to be always at the top, and speaks to them from a top-down organization level as well as the talent that they're able to find.
Yes, and last split I said that they were hard workers, and that's what got them to that position. They were the team that were always trying to book extra scrims, and like they were just grinding. That's what it felt like. And a lot of the problems they had in the early split, they grinded, they worked at it, and they got to a position where they were as champions. And it feels like this time they had to be in the same position once again. Like first 2 weeks were not good for this team, and they lost King, who was a phenomenal talent in the AD carry position, and then they grinded back, and they found themselves once again like far ahead of the curve against other teams, and they're champions once more.
But I remember Fudge at the beginning of this split. He was not worried at all. I remember seeing a tweet from his that said, "Don't worry, we've been in this situation before." Like, he already knew. He's like, yeah, we'll maybe lose a couple games.
It's regular season. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. There's something in that organization, something in the water over there where all those players just have really strong mental games and they can make it through. But I love to see the effort put in. I love to see the deserved win come through for Cloud9 as an organization here. And more than anything, at the conclusion of Academy 2020, I am excited for the off-season. And Raz, I'll give you the final word here. The off-season, let's talk about it. I want to see some major moves between Academy and LCS.
I expect it. I think what we saw from LCS were, or at least what we should see, are blow-ups in certain rosters. Like, I think that's going to be, like, especially after about 3 or 4 organizations definitely weren't really happy with the results that they got. And especially in the fashion in which that split was dictated with Academy players rising up and performing well, this is the time to shine.
Yeah.
Get out there, get your name out there, grind solo queue, get rank 1. Like, all of that matters, because you are killing it in Academy and you're killing it in solo queue. There's no argument.
There's
none.
Let the bidding wars begin.
Yeah, if
sorry,
Palafox is not on a starting roster next split, I'm going to go crazy. How can he not be at this point?
Don't make Alarm go crazy, man. I want him in the LCS as well. All right, that's going to do it for us here. As we go, though, we'll take a look ahead at tomorrow's LCS matchup, Cloud9 versus TSM. On behalf of myself, the entire remote broadcast crew, though, thank you so much for joining us this Academy Summer Split. Yeah, good night.
We got some hype LCS matches coming this weekend. C9, TSM, winner goes to Worlds. Winner has their championship hopes alive for summer. The loser gets a long off season, and the bad end of this rivalry matchup. This is going to be such an exciting game. I'm honestly ridiculously hyped for this series on Saturday. I think we could break like viewership records and stuff, to be honest with you. Like, there's so much on the line for this, and I think it's going to be incredible.
With how both of the teams have been struggling, it's not like a juggernaut coming in. So I think that adds more excitement to it, because Cloud9 has a big fall at the second half of summer. Just going into it, some of the stakes, because Cloud9 and TSM have been fighting for so long. These two organizations hold 9 of the 15 total LCS titles of any of the organizations. They're only missing those 6 all the rest of them controlled by these two. The overall record between them over the history of the orgs is 39 TSM wins to 47 Cloud9 wins. As we said before, both teams have the 7 world appearances, but Cloud9 didn't exist for the first 2. So didn't get to attend those ones. So it's just a matchup of epic proportions. With there only being 1 spot left for Worlds is actually worthy of a movie trailer or anime or something.
Have they ever knocked each other out in Gauntlet before?
I don't think TSM was ever in the Gauntlet.
No, TSM got knocked out by Clutch.
They got knocked out by Clutch that time. C9 auto-qualified 2 times ago in 20...
I don't think they were ever in it at the same time, though. That was when TSM was always in the finals. They were always going championship points or winning the split, right? Like, all the years that C9 made these epic gauntlet runs, I feel like TSM would have just already been qualified for Worlds.
And then the previous ones, TSM would just get knocked out so early.
Yeah, exactly. 2018 is the one I'm not as sure about. Never mind the gauntlet.
Answer is no, but
yeah, I would think so. You could look it up, but it is going to be exciting. I mean, for C9, I feel like the memes are going to be, you know, like
They
pretty.
did actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
And then
2018
in Gauntlet?
No finals, they 3-0'd them.
Oh, C9 did?
Yeah. So
Oh,
it has happened once before.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
An enemy has been slain.
But I mean, you know, if C9 gets knocked out and doesn't make Worlds after how, say, 3/4 of their year left, that is crazy, right? Like the ability for them to absolutely crush Spring, crush playoffs, 9-0 first half summer split. If you pause there and tell everyone they don't make Worlds, by the way, like no one's gonna believe you, right? You know, it's too crazy. So now that they're actually facing that reality, I think that is going to add a lot of pressure for these players to be like, oh my god, because it's interesting because I've talked to a lot of pros lately, and you know, Cloud9 talked about it, and Sven talked about it a little bit, you know, his expectations after the post-game interview, and he was talking about how he expected to go FlyQuest, and everyone is telling me that it wasn't just FlyQuest that didn't really want to scrim C9. Other teams, whether they did or not, didn't feel like doing it because everyone apparently is just getting absolutely blasted by C9 in the scrim throughout the slump and everything. Like, Golden Guardians tweeted that they were 0-30 versus Cloud9 in scrims. Apparently, this is a similar record to what a lot of teams are having from the teams that I have spoken to. So they have extremely high expectations of themselves. They're just still dominating the same way that they had been before, but it's just not translating to stage. Whether that is the added pressure and nerves once they started losing, it's maybe a mental thing. Whether it is a poor read on the meta, you know, the Ezreal type criticism, that's hard to say. But the team's expectations are still high, and also this would be, you know, like no sneaky, no worlds types memes coming through if they lose.
Even before the whole drama of, you know, FlyQuest and stuff not screening them, several teams had said that they will not scrim Cloud9 on Fridays because it's immoral. Yep. Like you can't go into an LCS weekend after having just played Cloud9. Just get 5-0. Like that level. And that had been going on to the full cutoff. So it makes you think back to when we were talking about MSI not being a thing, and the kind of the wishfulness of seeing that team actually perform at international competition. If they get denied this world spot also, that is such a heartbreaking story where they didn't get the
Good. I'll take the controversial side of it a little bit. Good. I'm glad championship points don't exist right now. As much as people are like, oh, I think C9 would recover better and play better in, you know,
yeah, you want our best
worlds.
teams right now.
Yeah, I want our best teams right now. So if C9 is actually, you know, let's throw out the scrimmage. I still buy the idea that C9 would be a good worlds team, but that's a personal belief more than like, you know, you can actually prove that. If
They've shown that they can adapt.
Yeah, like we think they're good. But if they lose this, you know, good, don't go to Worlds. I'm sorry you lost your MSI chance, but you're not one of the top 3 teams according to this bracket. You can't beat people in best of 5s. Sorry. And like, I'm glad that, you know, in some sense, this new format is kind of proving its worth already. People have talked about 7th, 8th, maybe not need to be in the playoffs, whatever. Oh, spring doesn't matter. I understand these complaints, but at the same time, at least for not gaming it this United, that they have to prove their way. Because I think, based off other formats, their spring phase and plus their summer phase, we're basically all about. And then you could have seen this double lose in best of 5 in my opinion for the world. I'm glad they have to prove their way in. I still think they're going to win.
So I'm with you in that I hate championship points. I actually think the new playoff format, like I hope that we keep double elim and we keep no gauntlet and we cut out 7 minutes. That's my like dream world, right? Either way, I think overall this playoffs has been incredibly hyped. It feels like there's so much weight on the games because of organization, because there's no second chance in gauntlet. I love that. I don't want Cloud9 to have qualified off the championship points. If they don't make it to Worlds, on just like a personal note, I will feel bad for the players because the players, you know, to things outside of their control, missed out on MSI, and that's something that I just felt bad. That's not exclusive to Cloud9. That's it. That's every team around the world, right? So like every team that won in spring and would have gone to MSI, I was kind of hoping that for their sake they would get a spot at Worlds, because it just feels bad that this perhaps like once in a lifetime opportunity at this big international event and stuff was kind of taken away due to, you know, COVID and obviously, you know, things outside of our control. So you know that would feel bad, and it's also going to be interesting because if they lose, I feel like this year just gets deleted from history. You know what I mean? It goes from no one will care anymore that they were looking like the most dominant team NA had ever seen, because it's like, well, you didn't show up when it mattered. We never saw you internationally. You didn't make Worlds. So it doesn't exist anymore.
Talking about the pros and cons and the more nuance of this,
An ally has been
the pros are obviously that you don't have a team that was good, and that they're actually just no longer good. The players are just going to drop off. But the thing that you try and protect against with these other types of systems is a good team, really good team, top team for the region, losing out in a small patch or a small, you know, one best of 5 on a significant game could cause your top team to lose a very important match and not make it. Those are the two things that are balanced. Come up with trying to protect against, you know, reward out on one of your gems, but also still including, you know, obviously you want 4 3 best representatives at the time there at Worlds. And the other hard thing to judge is that Worlds, a big thing that Worlds has is adaptability. You have these patch changes, and almost every single year, a meta emerges during Worlds and kind of grows and changes during the group. You can play more and more on this patch, and the different metas of the different regions merge together, and you kind of have the winners bubble to the top. The actual true successes, like the Doomby style that people laughed at him for so long before FPS comes in and running around these tanks mid and pushing lanes, and everyone's just like, oh my god, you actually win Worlds with that? That's the best style? Okay. And everyone gets on board. These also send teams that are super adaptable, teams that can adjust to these lightning quick scenarios.
So we talked a lot about the pressure on the Cloud9 side through their great year and all this. There's also immense expectation and pressure on the TSM side. Bjergsen, 2 most popular players in the league by far, not close. They have massive expectations on themselves. We talked about TSM didn't make Worlds since 2017. Guess what? That was when Double and Bjergsen were together. People are expecting and demanding the same kind of success. Double had a pretty heavy tweet after their win against the Guardians. He said, never in my entire life, even when my mom died, have I been so stressed leading up to a match. But it's all worth all the pain if we can make it to Worlds. So clearly the weight of the pressure and the expectation is immense for these guys too. You know, even just as a responsibility to teammate point of view, you know, Double have talked about it, and I've heard similar things echoed by other TSM, you know, staff and whatnot, that Bjergsen is playing incredible, that he deserves to make it to Worlds, that they feel like travesty if he's playing at this level, so to speak, and the support swaps back and forth, that I think is adding extra stress to these guys. So there is a tremendous amount of pressure and expectation that just goes with being on the TSM brand. They're trying to get back to their winning ways, so making it incredibly important for the team. It's important for the individuals. So there's a lot of pressure really on both sides, and I think it's going to make the actual nitty-gritty of the match really exciting.
Yeah, I think for Double it's a lot of like the personal factor too. well, but this is coming after getting, you know, removed from Team Liquid,
Your
goes to
been
TSM
destroyed.
after finishing 9. Plays some series where he is outclassed, and he has to admit that, you know, he got taken advantage of a little bit by FBI and who he during that laning phase. And so I think for him, it's an immense amount of pressure to like prove himself as well. I think he said lower bracket saved my career in another interview, which speaks to like, I don't think that's, you know, it's a little bit hyperbole. I don't think anyone's going to say Double Up's teamless in 2021 if he got knocked out again. But at the same time, it is a giant stain on his career. He did take down the Guardians, and so I can see, you know, where he's coming from with this pressure. And so that's why I think this weekend's gonna slap so hard. I'm so excited for this matchup.
So for the actual match, how do you guys see it going? Like, what are your thoughts?
I think the meta has been so weird for both these teams because I don't think either team is actually playing what feels like the meta super well. It does feel boss-centric in a lot of ways with like Caitlyn focus and pushing and controlling Drakes and this kind of stuff. And you know, C9 versus FlyQuest is like Ezreal Yuumi. You know, farm it out to 20 minutes where I get my 2-item power spike, and then we'll fight for Drakes, which I think teams are doing a little bit more in the regular season. And FlyQuest is just like, no, how about we just snowball on you? So I think both teams have a lot to figure out. It's has a little bit of an advantage having been playing for longer than not. Hopefully they can add Caitlyn. I mean, like obviously Double can play Caitlyn. That's not the question. It's can TSM play around Caitlyn? And I hope that in this week off they can pick that up so they're not banning it blue side.
An ally has been
There's two
slain.
major issues in this matchup. For Cloud9's side, we saw very clearly what will happen if Blabber is attacked, and their greatest strength from Summer that got them so many wins, Blabber and Niski, has started to crumble. And that has been a big part of this downfall. That plus the thing that we can get to later, their teamfight setups and their teamfights themselves have really dropped off. Charging to a bunch of their wins, but if you're moving back to this is a very clear area for TSM to try at their height. Starting out with a skirmish win with Houston and Spica, you know, getting their skirmish kills and being able to use that to stop Cloud9's their snowball, their early games that they've been able to build up on all of the other teams. That is something that they did and are positioned to do again because Disney is playing very well. Disney has adjusted to this meta, and you know, much like Blabber. The bottom side, as much as Double Up is saying that he thinks that Zen will be an easier lane, that Cloud9's duo will be an easier lane, there's no world to be where they try and grab very low amounts of crowd control and losing lanes. So I expect a different strategy, and I expect it to come out looking to try and punish Double Up because this change in his mentality has not been a new thing. It's been a lot of pressure building on Double Up ever since. As he's moved, trying to they attack him early in the series and try and play the mental game, that can cause him to play as well. Put a lot of pressure on one of the players that he knows. A lot of those factors as well. So for me, I think let's take a really positive spin. As far as they have to play with body. That focus should be on Blabber or the bottom of both, and essentially that they wouldn't be playing that same Ezreal Yuumi style, right? You know, where they've been on the back foot and trying to focus elsewhere and try to put those lanes ahead. They felt that it's incredibly important for them to have it. And having that, you know, in their lower background against you know, they did look a little bit close and whatnot. So I think that is going to be a change.
I also think that we saw pretty competitive in those 2v2s against FBI. They played that and it did feel like TSM was able to finally, I think, make some of the kind of take as far as big band going forward into this whole after those 2 games, taking FBI off the game, putting one in the center, I think really held him down quite a lot. So I think there's going to be so much they are more getting established in how they want to play and what they want to do and pick a band. So it's going to be really exciting because you could have C9 really going at Doublelift and really going at Biofrost and saying, all right, we want to play this bot lane centric style based on what Sven said in his interview. Where TSM really, in their series, Doublelift and Biofrost weren't getting any help. Like, they were getting ganked constantly by Closer and Demonte's roaming on them, and they were focusing more on Monster on top side. So it'll be interesting if that is the playstyle they want to maintain, even going up against Licorice and seeing, do you have these 2 teams playing opposite sides of the map and trying to see who
I expect, just with how the meta goes, that they'll have to play a little bit more around bot lane. Part of going top was, Hanser was playing weak side a lot. And that's just naturally how Golden Guardians play, and I think TSM was trying to take advantage of that. C9 has also been a little bit more top-centric generally, and playing around Licorice. They had his Vladimir carries and stuff like that, and Broken Blade was playing carry, so I'm excited to see if that carry versus carry actually is what people try and do here. Because when you look at like Europe, there's a lot more focus on tanks in general in the top lane. And I think that might be more of the meta, how I feel, with importance on bot lane priority and Drake control that you might
until you watch top esports, and then you're like, you play through 369. I see.
Mean, for North America,
counter pick every lane. Very simple.
Who cares about Drake's if the game's over? I just mean for North America in our play style, I think I could see tanks becoming a little bit more priority, but I am excited. I hope to see some of the carry versus carries come out because I think Broken Blade's at his best on carries. Licorice can do both, but I would prefer him also trying to go and not just sacking lane and playing just Shen every game or some of the stuff that we've seen from the other teams.
See, I really do think that the blind Shens and that style where it is still the way to go until in the series, your opponent beats you with a hard carry top side. I really do think we are not past the era of those blind picks. So I still think focusing on dragons there's so many benefits that it's really hard to get away from.
Tell that to Golden Guardians. They lost with Infernal Soul.
It's tough, right? It's interesting because the thing is, it's like
the Reddit thread with Bjergsen solo queue game, by the way. Where he tweets,
TSO.
Yeah, he beat the team with Dragon Soul and just types TSM. It's actually their strat now. Yeah,
that's really funny. I think the one caveat I will give is that you don't always have to like hard commit to top lane because you have a carry style champion, right? Yep. Or a good matchup. So it's like there is obviously like some of them are more risky and you need to be up there kind of protecting, but it doesn't mean your entire game plan has to be going there nonstop. You can still play like largely around dragons and have a strong bottom lane and have something like Vladimir playing into Shen and isolation. If you have blind pick Orin and you have Kale playing into it, like that can be really strong. And it's like if they want to try to camp the Kale, and put the Ornn ahead and you're focusing bottom lane and stuff, like unless the Kale's getting absolutely destroyed, I don't think that every style of pick has to play aggressive to get a lot, right? If you're going with like a Jax or like more of those melee style carries that have to really push and try to fight more aggressively to win out, I do agree. But I do think that some of the really scaling carry style top laners don't demand as much attention.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what the other side of the matchup too.
Totally. Well, that's what I'm saying though. If you're blind picking a tank, you can pick some of these AP scalers, right? Like I think that Kale, Vlad, all three of those, I think you can just farm against a tank and get.
I like Licorice's Vlad in game one, even though I'm a little weirded out with Spellbinder Leandries. It feels like you're going one shot.
His
and
build
going.
was bad.
Yeah, I didn't love it.
I think he should have gone Death Cap instead of the Leandries because he was
100%
against.
should have.
Yeah. But like to Zale's point, you can just pick Vlad, farm / naturally win the lane in some of these tank matchups, and then when you get to team fights, ignore the tank attack line that they've been investing in. Supposedly.
And the problem that they ran into with that exact one was the Shen playmaking before they got to this point, right?
Yeah.
And it did cause so many problems. So
Fear is the first of many foes.
legitimate concern.
Yeah. The final thing I think we have to touch on is Bjergsen versus Niski. After watching Golden Guardian spend 22 of 25-ish bans that they could send at Bjergsen.
And 2 of them were after Bjergsen had picked mid lane.
Could have been.
You wanna play too?
Either way,
be fun.
Basically every single ban in every game possible was on Bjergsen.
It starts to make you wonder, like, was that the most effective thing you could have done? Would be banning Spica's 2 champs that we've seen him really play in
Threw
playoffs.
46 bans on him and he gets Zillion.
Yeah, he still gets one of his like signature champs. And you're like, maybe we should just ban Spica's Nidalee because what else does he have? You know,
But
like
the problem is if like they were also doing support counter picks, right? So if you're gonna blind pick your mid laner, then maybe you're concerned about like, okay, if Demonte has to blind pick into Bjergsen and we don't ban him, then maybe you get trashed. That was their concern. I don't know, because like I agree with you from what I saw, it didn't really feel like it accomplished that much when it's like, ooh, you push him down to Syndra and Julian, 2 of his most played all time, who but obviously it's matchup dependent. That's what
The problem with Bjergsen is, okay, yeah, he is their best performing player, but he also has by far the biggest champion pool.
and they were clearly targeting stuff. Like they didn't. I don't think they cared if he got some of his control mages that he started picking earlier in the draft, because the first 3 were always like Aurelia, Kali, and LeBlanc, and then I think they dropped the Aurelia for some step ban and stuff. So I understand getting rid of these assassins, but after that, I'm like,
Yeah, honestly, I would be targeting Broken Blade because Broken Blade had some really good games as well for them, with some of the carry tops as well as the tanks. I think they should spend more trying to put Broken Blade on something he because those have been some big differences for TSM throughout the split.
Yeah, I mean, Broken Blade versus Haunter was the matchup that changed the Broken Blade played a lot more aggressive with his picks and stuff. The only other reason I like the jungle focus potentially on Spica is for Blabber, because hopefully that will give Blabber a leg up, because we saw what happens when FlyQuest focus Blabber. And so if TSM's trying to adapt some of that game plan, I think being a little worried about that.
Yeah, could be hard for Spica to emulate Santorin though, because Santorin has been so good.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, I think it's gonna be incredibly exciting. I'd like to get in predictions because we still have the other matchup we want to touch on.
I really think both teams though need to plan level 1s, a bunch of level 1s, because that has been completely missing.
There is going to be, I'm sure, a tremendous amount of prep going into this for both the matchups really. So there's no excuse to not have level 1s, pick ban, everything all planned out. I still think I'm more on the C9 side, especially with the added time that they have been given, being able to figure out some of their issues and stuff. I think that will put them at an advantage, because the overall level that we have seen from them, they've still had much higher highs than TSM has this year. I do think, from all the discussions I've had with a lot of pros, everyone still seems to think, for the most part, that they're the best team in the league, better even than TL, based on all the scrim games. So I do have some faith that if probably fix it, because he's proven to be very good at that. So that is kind of why I'm more on the side of C9. But I do think it's going to be close, just given that C9 is showing on stage. And I think TSM is moving in the right direction too. So I'm going 3-2 C9, but I think it's going to be such a good series.
3-1 C9. Kobe, you have 5 seconds.
I really want to take the other side now, because
you already said C9 was going to win, didn't you? Or no, that was Mark.
I think it was me.
Yeah.
I really want to take the other side.
Then
now.
do it.
Kobe, you're saying TSM 3-0 if you don't say anything right now. We're locking it in for you.
All right, I'll do the TSM 3-2 then, because I think there's.
All right, it's gonna be a banger.
That'll be fun.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. An ally has been slain.
Let's count to 5.
An ally has been slain.
Make me hurt you.
Killing spree. Enemy double kill.
Don't be a scaredy cat. Right, keep up.
Ally has been slain.
Come out, wherever. Would it help if I apologize? I never play with matches. Are we there yet?
Executed. Shut down. Turret plating will fall soon.
Shivers.
Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain.
Come out wherever you are. I never play with matches.
An ally has been slain.
Take that! There yet?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I want to turn.
An ally has been slain.
Have you seen my bear tippers? Don't be a scaredy cat.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
This is fun. Can they do this?
Enemy rampage. Your turret has been destroyed. Unstoppable. Enemy double kill. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. enemy is legendary.
Have you seen my bear Tibbers?
Deny me.
You wanna play too? It'll be fun.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
come out wherever you are.
Minions have spawned. First blood. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain.
try to keep up.
Enemy killing spree.
Have you seen my dark slippers? I never play with matches. I want a turn.
Shut down.
Don't be a scaredy cat. Come out, wherever you are. Can they do this? Take that!
An ally has been slain.
Eeny, meeny, miny, burn!
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Hop, skip, jump.
turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Have you seen my bear Tivers?
Change!
Between us.
Don't be a scaredy cat.
You have slain an enemy. An ally has been slain.
Come out, wherever you are.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I never play with match. Have you seen my bear Tivers?
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Rampage.
This way.
Shut down. Unstoppable. Shut down.
Have you seen my bear Tivers? Are we here yet? Don't be a scaredy cat.
An enemy has been slain.
Try to keep up. Hop, skip, jump.
team has destroyed an inhibitor. Shut down.
Try to keep up. Are we there yet? Skip, jump. Make me hurt you.
An enemy has been slain.
Have you seen my bear tippers?
deny me.
You wanna play too? It'll be fun.
Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Come out.
Minions have spawned. An ally has been slain.
This way.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Never play with matches.
An ally has been slain.
Try to keep up. I want a turn. Can they do this? Meeny, ashes, ashes, they all fall down.
An ally has been slain.
Don't be a scaredy cat. Come out, Don't make me hurt you.
Has been slain.
Are we there yet?
Enemy killing spree.
Entropy is consistent in all timelines.
Have you seen my vegetables? Let's count to 5. I want a turn.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Don't be a scaredy cat. Are we there yet? Meeny, miny, burn! Skip, jump.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Don't make me hurt you. Come out, wherever you are.
has been slain.
Try to keep up.
Shut down. Shut down. Double kill.
This way.
An ally has been slain.
Are we there yet?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Come out, come out.
You are slain and murdered. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I want a turn.
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Aced. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Have you seen my bear Tibbers?
An enemy is dominating. Your turret has been destroyed.
Don't be a scaredy Are we there yet?
Godlike. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
to keep up.
An enemy is legendary.
Have you seen my bear Tibbers? I never play with that.
You pulled your weight.
Don't be a scaredy cat.
Ally has been slain. You have been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage. Aced. Your turret has been destroyed.